Ghost Hunting in Rural Georgia by J. Mad. Hi, Swamp Dweller. My other stories have not been all that scary and more of enjoyable type tales that I thought you'd like. So I decided to share one of the times that I was truly afraid for my life. In Georgia, there are a lot of bridges, and most of them are covered. My family and I have made a point to try to go to all of them. But there is one in particular that we enjoy going to mainly because we think it's haunted. People see different things and hear other things. You'll see items left behind by people doing ceremonies and things like that. Candles, salt ring pentagrams, stuff like that. The night that scared me, we had gone out to the bridge. We were taking pictures, asking questions, and recording like always. We've got some pretty exciting recordings and answers to our questions in the past. We even got disembodied screams that nobody heard at all at the time, but when we played it back, it was clear as day. There were always orbs when people in the group were feeling things. This particular night, it was rather hushed. No one was picking up anything. No lights, no noises, but that was the thing. It was extra quiet. There was no noise from anyone except the nearby road. Now, this bridge you cannot cross with a car. You have to walk on it. The wood is very old and has given away in some places, so you must be incredibly careful. This night, we made it across the bridge. I would get a bad feeling very often, but it would be because the others were running away, or screaming, or messing with us. Finally, we all made it to the other side of the bridge. We were standing there, and on that particular side of the bridge was private property. Unlike the bridge on the other side, it was county property. So none of us really dared to step onto the private property, but we did exit the bridge, turn around, and look up. As we did this, there was this creature hanging halfway off the top of the bridge. It was white, almost see-through skin. It was skeletal, and the skin didn't seem to fit its bones. It was like it was loose, but not so open that it was sagging. And then there was this smell. I've been around dead bodies before, for various reasons, and honestly, it smelled like when a body's pulled out of a body of water that had been sitting in there for quite some time. A floater, a bloater, if you will. People have many terms for it, but it smelled awful. The eyes were somehow black and yet red at the same time. The black was blacker than night. I know that doesn't really make any sense, and the red was like a ring in the eye. It had unnaturally long arms and legs and was crawling and holding on to the top of the bridge. The group I was with ran back onto the bridge, tripped, and crawled to get to the car. I was staring at this thing absolutely in awe. It was staring back at me. I felt cold all over. It was like I couldn't move, and I know it sounds cliche at this point, but this is far before Harry Potter or any of those things that I've ever seen. The only way I can describe this thing is like a dementor, making you feel like as you'll never be happy again, like it was sucking the soul right out of my face. That's what this felt like. My friends were yelling for me to come on. They had already made it to the car, and they didn't realize until they arrived that I was still standing there frozen in place. Suddenly, I felt this trance kind of just end. I shook it off and started running back onto the bridge. The creature slashed its arm at me, and one of the claws on its hand caught me just a little bit. I heard it running on the bridge's roof. As I sprinted for the car, everyone was already there screaming, flashing the lights and honking the horn, doing anything they could think of to try to scare this creature away. As I exited the bridge, the arms came down, grabbed me just under the armpits by both arms, and attempted to lift me. I dug my hands into the arms, holding me, thrashing around, kicking and screaming. I'm unsure whether I threw the creature off balance or what happened, but it fell from the roof, and I went tumbling with it. I got up quickly, ran to the car, and got in. We tore out of there. I still have a little scar on the back of my neck from all this. We returned to the bridge several times after this, and I've never seen that creature again. But none of my friends that night would ever talk to anybody about what they had seen. They were afraid that they would be considered crazy. I'm the only one left who remembers that night. My other friends died over the years from medical issues and old age. I don't know what it was, and I've never felt anything like that from any other spirit or creature I've ever encountered over the years. As I said, I don't know what the heck it was. I don't know what it wanted or why it singled me out. Maybe because of my sensitivity and everything else that supernaturally had come in and out of my life over the years. I couldn't tell you. All I know is that when I was unsure if I would survive, I felt like my days were numbered. I saw my life flashing before my eyes, and I had no idea if anybody would ever know what happened to me. Thank you, Swamp Dweller, for letting me tell my story. The Creature in the Holler by Teresa P. Hello, Swamp Dweller. I've been listening to your YouTube channel for about 6 months, and I am finally comfortable enough to share my story. To give you some background, I live in a part of West Virginia where every Wrong Turn movie was made. I live about 2 miles off the paved road back at the very end of the holler. We have plenty of regular wildlife, such as bears, coyotes, etc. I've been comfortable deep in the mountains for years, until about 6 months ago. It was about 2 a.m., and I was woken by the hunting hounds out back going nuts, barking their absolute heads off. So, I turned on my bedside lamp, got up, and put on my bathrobe. I was just about to go back to see what the problem was when I saw this creature outside my bedroom window. Now, the windows are about 6 feet off the ground from the outside, making this creature anywhere between 8 to 9 feet tall. I was frozen in place in fear. This thing had a massive head. It was either a wolf or a dog or something in between. It was moving upright on 2 legs. It was covered in dark hair and had an elongated snout with a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. I returned to my senses and reached over to turn off the lamp. As I did, the thing turned to look at me. It had almost glowing, yellow eyes and let out this massive growl that pierced through the night. It shook me to the core. Then, suddenly, I was moving, running through the house, closing windows, locking them, and locking doors. I huddled in the bathroom with my cell phone, calling my husband at work and begging him to come home. Instead, he said he was leaving immediately, and he told me to get the rifle and keep it with me. I returned to the bedroom to get the rifle, and suddenly there was banging on the outside wall. It sounded like fists being beaten against the outside of the house. I was terrified that it was trying to get in. I returned to the bathroom and hid in the tub with the rifle. I heard some more pounding, and then suddenly all went quiet. I waited, and after a couple of minutes I heard sirens. My husband had called the police. He told them to meet them at the house because I was hysterical on the phone. He had no idea if it was an intruder or what else. So after ensuring that I was okay and nobody else was about, we went outside with the police. Where I heard the pounding, there were sets of dents on the side of our house about 10 feet off the ground. There were claw marks all around the bedroom window as if something had tried to get in. My husband has changed shifts, so now he is always home at night. We also put up 3 pole lights to light the entire perimeter at night. The mountains of West Virginia are a wonderful sight to see, but they also have monsters. So be careful hiking and camping in this region, and always try to be in a group, never alone. Mount Kearsarge Supernatural Experience by Anonymous. This story takes place on a lake in central New Hampshire, just a few miles north of the base of Mount Kearsarge. My friend has a cabin there, and his grandfather built it shortly after returning from the Second World War, and one warm summer night between my junior and senior years of high school, he and I were there, just hanging out. While we did drink and partake in the ganja from time to time, we were not intoxicated in any way on this night. We had simply been bored in our little hometown about 30 miles or approximately 48 kilometers to the south. So on a whim one evening, we decided to drive up and spend the night there, to light a fire and sit by the water on the beach chairs, and enjoy the nighttime t-shirt and swimming trunks weather while it lasted. I would say it was around 9 or 10 p.m., and we had gotten up to inspect his grandfather's old canoe that laid upside down atop the wooden dock because we wanted to use it the next day to head to the lone island to look for loon nests and try to catch some catfish. As we walked to the dock from where we had been sitting, I gazed across the lake at Mount Kearsarge. The mountain has a height of 2,937 feet, or 895 meters, and a prominence of 2,080 feet, or 630 meters. So, since it was basically 2,000 feet straight up from our position, As we were only a couple of miles from its summit, it was quite an imposing figure in the night sky. Now the mountain has a tower on the peak that flashes a red light at night. There is only one light, and it is red. I had seen it many times before. It was just a fact, however, as I followed my friend to the dock, that I noticed there were more than 2 lights on this night. In addition to the usual red flashing light, there was a second, yellowish-orange orb to its right, essentially equidistant in height. It was not moving, flashing, pulsating, nothing. It just hung there, motionless in the night sky. I told my friend, who was immediately interested, and so we were both just stood there, transfixed for a while before he asked me what the hell I thought it was. I would have immediately considered a helicopter, but it was just so still and silent. After just a few moments of silent staring, we both shrugged our shoulders and continued down to the canoe at the end of the dock. We inspected it for a while, placing it in the lake to check for leaks, and decided that it was good to go, which was exciting, as we were really looking forward to getting on the water. After lugging it back to the original resting position, I turned to my right and bent down to wash the cobwebs off my fingers in the lake. As I was doing this, I returned my gaze to the mountain, and to my amazement, there were now 2 identical orbs, one on either side of the red flashing light. I smacked my friend across the shoulder and told him to look up, and again, we just stared transfixed, albeit this time a little more anxiety-ridden. "What the hell?" my friend said, with a bit of fear creeping into his voice. Without averting our gaze, we backpedaled to our chairs and began discussing possibilities. It is important to note that both of us were science-believing realists, and still are to this day. We both accepted the distinct possibility that we, humanity, were most likely not alone in this never-ending galaxy, let alone the universe. Something, all the grains of sand on Earth. You know, the old Carl Sagan adage. So as we sat, discussing both the Fermi paradox and the likelihood that it was just some sort of temporary, human-made thing going on top of the mountain, something happened. Before our eyes, one of the orbs slowly descended below the backside of the mountain and out of sight. I'm sorry, I know I am no aeronautical engineer or anything, but I know what a helicopter looks like when it descends in elevation. This was not like that at all. It sunk down and out of sight in less than just a few seconds, very smoothly, all without making any lateral movement whatsoever. We were stunned, but before we had time to wallow in this feeling or think that we could have possibly seen something unnatural, the other orb took off from its position. It did not gain or lose any elevation. It just took off horizontally at breakneck speed and began to make its way around the edge of the lake. It was not until the light was about halfway between its starting point and our position that we began to consider that it might be heading straight for us. We stood still at the shore and followed the objects with our eyes. Out of sheer curiosity, and without speaking, we both made an unconscious decision to wait and see what would happen. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? At no point did we talk or look at each other. We just stood there, watching. Without leaving you in suspense for too long, the object did eventually arrive to where we were, and upon its arrival, it slowed to a crawl and crept over us at a snail's pace. It was big. Not stereotypically mothership big, but big. I do not know exactly, but if I had to estimate, I would say it was about 50 meters in length by 30 meters in width. It was shaped like a fat cigar, and had 2 or 3 rows of orange lights on its bottom. I cannot tell you what my friend was doing or how he was reacting at this time, for I was entranced. I remember thinking that I had never had an opportunity to view something like this, and I probably would never get another chance again. It was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, so I stared intensely, examining anything and everything about it that I could. Unfortunately, there were not many details that I could make out, only its approximate dimensions and the rows of lights. It made no real sounds aside from what I perceived to be a very, very faint humming. There were no beams of light shooting down at us or anything like that. We stood in the pitch blackness of the late New Hampshire night, and I remember preparing myself for something to happen to us. But as far as I know, nothing ever did. As soon as it had crept its way past us, it took off as fast as it had appeared, up into the night sky and out of sight. At that point, I shot my head back across the lake towards the mountain. There was nothing but the normal, flashing red light remaining. All appeared to be back to normal. I do not think we said anything to each other aside from, "Let's get out of here," or something to that effect, before grabbing what little we had brought with us and hightailing it back to my friend's car. We drove the 30 miles back to our hometown, purchased some snacks at the convenience store, and returned to his house, where we proceeded to set up the same beach chairs that we had brought with us to the lake in his backyard, where we stayed up for most of the night, talking about what the hell we had just seen. For the next few weeks, my mind had hardly focused on anything else. I told my parents at some point, but they sort of just laughed it off, telling me that it must have been a helicopter or something like that. And after their reaction, I decided not to tell anyone else. Not until I was older and gave no crap about what people would think of me. It was only then that I began to tell my trusted friends about what happened that night. My friend and I have since parted ways. We live across an ocean from each other now and talk from time to time. In fact, it has been a few years since one of us brought it up. However, sitting here and writing this down, it just now made me want to reach out and talk with him again. I know what I saw, and it was not constructed by humanity. We do not have that sort of technology, at least, not that we know of. And if we do, there is far more hidden from the average citizen of the earth than I thought possible. But I am digressing into conspiracy theories now, and that is a path that I try not to go down. The fact is that the possibility that we are alone in the universe is so microscopically small. Consider this: there are billions of planets out there that are much, much older than Earth. All it would take is one of them to have developed intelligent life a few million years before us, giving them a massive head start in the development and technology scheme that would allow them to create machines that could do what these objects are. Thank you for sharing my story, Swamp Dweller. I hope you enjoyed it. The Cabin Getaway I'll Never Forget by Anonymous. It was about late November in Colorado, and I was about 7 or 8 years old. My father had the great idea of taking us all for a weekend to a cabin that he was going to rent. My mother thought it was a great idea for me, my sister, my father, and my mother to bond. So that's exactly what happened. We rented a cabin for a few days. We took off school on Friday to get a head start on getting there, which I had no issue with. We got there and it was sure cold. Well, it was almost December, so I guess it made sense that it was so cold. Anyway, we got all set up and decided where we would all sleep. We ate dinner, and then we all got set up for bed, and were thinking about what we would do tomorrow. We got there kind of late, so we couldn't do too much on the first day. That night, though, I heard noises outside. It sounded kind of like footsteps. I looked out the window and saw nothing of note, so I figured it must have been an animal or something. I tried my very best to go back to sleep, and somewhere around 15 minutes later, I heard it again. This time, though, I made sure to wake my sister up. She was about 11 at the time, and she heard it as well. We both walked over to the window and saw something out there. We weren't quite sure what it was. We decided it was best for it not to see us, so we went back to sleep. I had a hard time sleeping that night, and so did my sister. But when we eventually woke up, my mother was inside making breakfast, and my father was outside. I asked my mom if I could go outside with my dad, and she told me sure, while my sister stayed inside and waited for her breakfast. I walked outside and my father was talking to some man. A short, chubby man. He had a shaved head and was wearing a veteran cap. He looked really nervous too for some reason. He was sweating a lot, even though it was freezing outside. I walked over to him and my father looked at me and said, "Oh, this is my son," and told him my name. The man looked at me and said, "Nice to meet you, kid. My name's Patrick." He smiled and looked at me. I smiled and greeted him back. It may have been rude at the time, but I was just a kid. And I asked him, "You look kinda scared. Are you alright?" He kind of coughed and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. Just went through shell shock. I'm a veteran," he said, as I couldn't tell already with the cap he was wearing. He seemed rather normal at the time. My father seemed to really like this guy, and I liked him at first too. He told my father he had also rented a cabin with his family, and that they were really close to us, and he decided to introduce himself. My father invited him inside for breakfast and he stayed, and it was seemingly normal. I went outside to play after that with my father and Patrick. While outside, I fell and scraped my knee and started crying. My father was inside at the time, a bad time for him to be inside. My mother was calling for him, and he ran inside while I was out there with Patrick. Patrick ran over to me and told me to come to his cabin, because he had band-aids. I agreed and went with him. I wasn't a very smart kid. I went with Patrick. We talked about what I liked doing, and I told him about video games that I played and stuff like that. Then, things got weird. He asked me what shoe size I was and how old I am. I didn't know what my shoe size was. I told him, but I told him my age. He just kind of chuckled and said something along the lines of, "Good to know." Also, his cabin was nowhere near ours. It was way back. It took about 20 to 25 minutes to walk there. I was tired and there was no point in getting abandoned anymore, but I still decided to keep going since I had walked so long. We entered the cabin and he told me to go in first, so I did. As soon as I walked in, I realized something. There was nobody in there. No family. I asked him where his family was and he didn't answer, pretending like he didn't hear. He locked the door. I then kind of got frightened. He told me, "I'll be right back with a band-aid, kiddo." He walked into the kitchen and pulled one out of somewhere, and then walked back and told me to have a seat and he'd put it on. I sat down and he put it on me. He also held my leg in his other hand and rubbed it down and told me, "You're rather muscular, kid. I like that." I got kind of scared and immediately stood up. He asked me what was wrong, and I told him nothing, and that my leg was feeling much better. I then thought my parents must be worried sick, and I should hurry back. He insisted that I stay longer and ate there. I didn't want to, but I was alone, and if I ran, I don't think I could have found my way back to the cabin. The door was locked too, so I just agreed and decided to eat with him and get it over with fast. He asked how much I weighed, and I guessed around 73 pounds. He then had a smile across his face. He nodded and said, "Perfect weight." I asked him why it was perfect weight. He just kept smiling. I was really weirded out and asked him if I could go. He said no, and that things were just getting started, and I shouldn't miss out on the fun. He had such a weird tone when he said that. I then heard a big bang come from the bedroom. It was a closed door. Patrick stood up and looked kind of angry. He walked into the room and shut the door behind him. I then heard him yelling, "Did I freaking tell you that you could move? No, so stay the hell where you are. I have company." Or something like that. He then walked out with a smile on his face and shut the door slowly. Sorry about that. It was just my wife. She was really sick and not allowed to be near visitors today. He was smiling while saying that. I wanted to go. I then looked around the room and noticed there were clothes everywhere, and it was really messy. He must have been living out of here. At that moment, his wife walked out of the room. "I'm hungry," she said. He looked pissed. "Get back in there," he said. His wife was extremely pale and looked like she had been crying a lot. She was sniffling and had red circles around her eyes. She looked at me, then walked back in the room. I asked him where his kids were. He didn't answer. He told me he had kids' clothes that he wanted me to try on. That was the last straw. I had to get out of this situation, but I didn't know how to. I started crying and then he hugged me. He told me, "It'll be okay, little one. Nothing is going to happen. Just try on these clothes." He walked in the back room. I thought that was the perfect time for me to leave. I unlocked his door and tried to leave as quietly as I could. I didn't care if I got lost anymore. I didn't want to take the chances with Patrick, if that was even his name. I had a feeling that he had been lying. He lied about having kids, who knows what else. I was in the woods trying to find my way back. I was still close to his house, close enough to hear shouting. I heard him yelling stuff to his wife. Things along the lines of, "Where the F did I go?" and "I knew I shouldn't have left him alone." Stuff like that. I could have sworn I heard him call her a bunch of names that I don't want to repeat. Then, it happened. I stopped in my tracks. I heard footsteps. I went and hid behind a tree and looked in his direction. He was outside and he seemed to be looking for me. I was far enough away to where I could barely see him, but I could tell he was looking for something. He then stepped out into the forest and I heard him shouting, "Hey kid, it's okay, you can come back now. You don't have to try on the clothes. I have toys in the back of my cabin. If you want to come play with them, just come back." I then ran.
I ran as fast as I could in a straight line in hopes I would find my family. I was running away and I thought I heard shouting, but I didn't stop to hear it. Then, after about an hour of running, I saw a cabin. My cabin. I ran to it. My father was outside looking around for me. I ran to him crying and told him Patrick wasn't a good guy, and that he really was weird, and he was touching my legs and stuff. My father immediately called the person he rented the cabin from, and he said that nobody had rented that cabin. My father looked at me and told me to never follow any stranger ever again. We immediately left that day and asked for a refund for the next day. The guy renting them out apologized. The man having the cabin rentals called the police, and the police went back there and checked the cabin, and there was nobody there, not even his wife. His clothes and belongings were still there, is what they told us. Nothing really happened after that. They asked questions and left. They never called us or told us anything about him ever again. Patrick most likely wasn't his real name, and he probably wasn't a veteran. I just want to know what happened to him and his wife, and how he even got a wife in the first place, and how and why he lived in that cabin. He seemed to have been living there for a while. I guess he left because he figured the police would be coming after him because he didn't rent the cabin. So many questions that will likely never get answered. I'm just glad that it's all over.
My Unexplained Paranormal Encounter by Creepiest Son. I've heard many paranormal stories, and there's always a little voice of doubt in terms of the storyteller's authenticity. But while these events didn't happen to me, they did happen to someone I was very close with, and contain a few elements of corroboration. It's important for me to get a feeling for honesty when listening to a story that defies scientific belief. So, for what it's worth, this is an honest account. First, a little backstory. Miv was a fascinating woman. She was one of my best friends, which is a little odd because I met her when I was about 18 years old, and she was in her middle ages. I was a young guy into motorcycles and rock music. I played guitar and was into horror movies and working out. As a contrast, she was short, dumpy, had thin greasy hair, a walking stick, and wore thick bottle-rimmed glasses. She was never without a cigarette in her hand, and her ashtray was always full. However, she was an unbelievable, astute, and wise woman, to the point where she was like a wise old oracle to me and my hippie friends. There was never a personal problem she could not fix with a few gentle words. I would often go to her tall, slightly creepy Victorian terrace house, and we would sit in her favorite room and chat philosophically. The air full of smoke and surrounded by dusty antiques and the odd stuffed bird. Her husband was, by all accounts, a wretched man. His nickname, by all, was the Wizard. Their house was pretty much all wood floors, narrow but tall. He wore an orthopedic shoe, known colloquially as a club foot. You'd hear him coming and clomping down the wood stairs from a mile away. As his nickname suggested, he had long gray hair and a little goatee that resembled a stereotypical devil. He always wore a gray suit and had wild, staring eyes. He didn't seem altogether and right in his mind. That was apparent during any conversation you would have with him. I don't mean he was like crazy, more like he was old, significantly older than Miv, and his mind was just a little aged. When he was younger, he also gained a reputation for black magic. One brief account I heard was that there was a black magic circle known for their dark deeds, something like the Golden Dawn or something like that. Well, they wouldn't let him join because he was too dark. Suffice to say, he was probably into summoning things. Anyway, over the years before Miv died, we became very close, and I heard all kind of cool stories. The story I'm about to recount is, I guess, not so cool. At least not for her. But it's an interesting one. Years ago, when she and her husband were living in South Wales in the UK, they lived in a similar house to the one that I knew that she lived in. A tall, slightly spooky, aren't they all, Victorian terrace house. These houses were usually 3 stories, maybe a basement. I've lived in one myself, and they're inherently spooky, which kind of sets the tone. At the time, Miv and the Wizard had just had their first child, who would grow up to become one of my best friends about 24 years later. She had also, not too terribly long ago, come out of a brief stint in a nun's convent. so she was very religious. With that came certain beliefs and attitudes which would soon be very much tested to breaking points. I'm not able to be exact with the timeline here, but Miv told me that she started hearing voices, distant at first, in the house, when no one was around. As if often the case in many of these stories, she shrugged it off and ignored it as best she could. But then the voices started to address her directly. Now at this stage, she recalls being very worried that she was in fact unwell, and her biggest fear was that her son would get taken away from her due to her inability to take care of him. So she told no one. The voices got worse and eventually would start saying things like, "We're going to drive you mad." And she would say things like that, and so forth. If that wasn't enough though, she would soon start to see a dark shadowy figure at the top of the stairs. She told me that it would always appear in such a way that as you turned to look to see if there was something there, you'd almost stumble at the top of these steps and fall to your death. Still, she refused to talk about it. In her mind, and with her religious beliefs, there was no room for ghosts to exist, so it was a subjective phenomenon, and she was indeed losing her marbles. In this house, they had a cleaner. The cleaner would always leave the front door wide open when she was cleaning the stairs and the hall. Miv assumed it was to get fresh air, maybe to help dry the floor. One day, when it was cold, Miv questioned her, "Why do you keep that door open? It's so cold." Her response changed Miv's life at this point. She said, "It's so if that dark thing at the top of the stairs comes for me, I can get out of here right quickly." Again, bear in mind that Miv had not told anyone about this phenomenon. One day, she had a friend over. The friend was a big, burly, tough woman who stood no nonsense. She didn't believe in any of this supernatural rubbish and was not afraid of ghosts. After sitting in their living room and this lady giving Miv something of telling her off for being so silly and superstitious, the lady got up to go to the bathroom. She came back a moment later, her face white. "You okay?" said Miv. "Can you come with me?" replied the lady. "Because you don't know where the bathroom is?" "No, because I'm not going up there on my own with that dark shadow." Another story shared with me was that Miv was bathing her son in the upstairs bathroom when someone knocked on the front door to the house. She yelled down to them, and it turned out to be a friend, so she shouted for him to come up and that she was in the bathroom. She heard him walk up the stairs. He then suddenly broke into a sprint, came running into the bathroom, threw his arms around Miv, and clung to her like a baby, terrified of what he had just seen. Eventually, it all came to a head when this entity started to entice her into something more sinister. She recalls hearing the voices beckoning her upstairs to the dark top floor bedroom. The weird thing here, and what's hard to explain, if only because I don't quite understand it, is that she felt compelled to obey. It got her up the stairs. She would stop. She would resist, and it would gently insist that she continues upward. And again, she would obey against her will. This happened all the way until she got to the bedroom with the lights out. If I recall correctly, the thing asked her to turn the lights out, and she at first said no, but again it insisted. This is crazy, I know. It eventually got her to lie down on the bed. Laying there in the dark, she then described how this entity began to assert itself onto and into her body. She described it like assault, but through her pores, if that makes any sense. She began an internal struggle at this stage, and in that struggle was able to draw some willpower to call out the name of Jesus or something like that. I forgot whether she said a small prayer, but some form of religious statement, and the thing went away instantly. I'm sure there are many other anecdotes. The other friends in our circle know of these stories too and have probably heard their own tales. So I may be missing a few key pieces. All I know is that they shortly moved out of that house. Now, one thing that does stand out as interesting, after discussing the story with a mutual friend who knew Miv for years before I met her, he told me that she'd also said this to him, but around that time that they left the house for good, she saw the wizard kneeling and burying something, and it was thought that he was doing something. Whatever he was doing, though, resembled a closing ceremony for when someone summons a demon. I know some of this won't make any sense, and I don't really expect it to. Why would you stay married to someone that evil, though? I asked myself that question.
In fact, you know something? I asked her that same question at least once. She took a long drag on her cigarette, gave a long, slow shrug as she exhaled, and said something about feeling sorry for him. The whole dynamic will have me scratching my head. Miv was incredibly wise in some ways, and yet nonsensical in other ways. But there seemed to be more to that family story than meets the eye. Eventually, they would have a daughter, who was born physically and mentally disabled. The daughter is only surviving family of the member now. My friend, her son, died of cancer about 7 years after I met both him and his mother. The wizard died around that same time, too, and Miv, heartbroken over the death of her son, died just 2 years after we buried him. She used to say, "When I die, I'm going to haunt you," in her usual playful way. Eyes twinkling, taking a drag of a cigarette. She meant to come back and give me a clue about the other side. After attending her son's funeral, I was walking on the waterfront of my hometown. I was thinking about them both, and I felt tearful. I sat on the seawall and spoke to her. I asked her why she didn't come to me to show me any evidence of the other side. I concluded, well, maybe she tried, but I can't see it. Maybe I can only see what I can only see. I stood up to walk away, and something compelled me, I don't know what or why, to look down where I was sitting. There, etched into the very slab of concrete I was sitting on, was the first, initial, and the last name of her son, who we had buried 2 days before.
Thanks for listening to these Blue Ridge Hiking Experience by Ty H26. This happened a couple of weeks ago. It was a sunny day. My wife and I decided to go hiking and have a picnic. This was in the Blue Ridge Mountains. We got our backpacks out and began hiking when we arrived at a parking area. We eventually came to a river. It seemed like an excellent place to have our picnic. It appeared to be peaceful at first. My wife laid down a blanket and we started pulling out our food. We just had some sandwiches, lemonade, bottled water, and some cookies. Nothing too crazy. It was a lovely day with fantastic scenery. Regardless of all the beauty, I started having an uneasy feeling. I didn't say anything to my wife about the feeling. I didn't want to worry her. A few minutes later, we heard a rustling in the trees in the woods. We looked around, but we didn't see anything. My wife says, "I don't like it here." She said she felt spooked from the time we sat down. I thought we were being watched as well. Even the hair on my arms and neck was standing up. We hear more rustling. I told my wife we should start back to the truck instead of finishing our hike. For whatever reason, we decided to leave our food in case it was a hungry animal. I know, this was a dumb idea. We started going back to our truck and my wife said, Do you hear that?" I said, "Yes, just keep walking." There was more rustling behind us, and whatever it was had started to follow us. The footsteps got louder and closer. The footsteps didn't sound like that of a human. Whatever it was big. My wife started to get nervous because we both thought if we left the food behind, we would be okay, and it would just go for the food. I guess we were wrong. I started feeling like we were on the menu for whatever was stalking us. My wife had tears running down her face, and I took her hand and told her to start walking faster. I was afraid for us to run in case whatever was following us was actually a predator, like a mountain lion or a bear, and would start chasing us and run us down. Whatever it was stayed with us, but we couldn't see a single thing. We kept moving, and were getting tired. We still kept going, though. Finally, we made it to the parking area where our truck was. I looked around, but I still didn't see anything. We threw the backpacks in and hopped into the truck as fast as we could. I backed up and then put the car into drive. I floored the gas pedal. We were so relieved, but also terrified. We didn't say anything for quite a few minutes, but then as we were getting down the road, my wife asked, What do you think it was?" I said, "I have no idea. I'm not sure I really believe in Bigfoot, but I don't think this was a bear. Whatever this was, it was on 2 feet, it sounded big and heavy. It stalked us. I've never been this afraid in my life. We won't ever go back to this area again. It reminded me of a classic horror movie, but this was real. It's only been a few weeks since then, and I'm still scared because I wonder what could have happened if I had not chosen to return to my truck and leave instead of continuing to hike. Thank you, Swamp Dweller, if you tell my story. People should know the importance of being alert to their surroundings in the wilderness. As I've heard others say, I believe there could be things we don't know about. Near Miss on the Pacific Crest Trail by Oryx Temple. A few years ago, I was hiking the southern portion of the Pacific Crest Trail in Washington state. It was late June, so it was warm enough that water sources were valuable. I made camp toward the end of the day in a mildly used site. It was just a few feet off the trail, but not deep into the woods by any means. A babbling brook was easily about 50 feet away from me, so I felt comfortable. As I was heating my water on my tiny stove for dinner, an older, 60-ish-year-old man walked down the trail. He saw me and hollered to ask if I had any water. He wore regular jeans, sneakers, and a white button-down t-shirt. There was no backpack or anything, and this was pretty odd to me. I was far enough down the trail, maybe 10 miles or so, from any road that a day hiker would have been extremely rare at that point. I welcomed him into my camp and gave him water from a jug. He drank it, thanked me, then walked on. I thought it was odd enough, and it stuck in my mind, but I didn't freak out too much about it. Following week, I came off the trail to a nearby town and learned a massive search for a guy in his 60s wearing jeans, sneaker, and a casual white button-down shirt had been underway. He had abandoned his car near the Pacific Crest Trail and was on the run from the feds for money laundering and other white-collar crimes. I never did learn if they found him. I often wonder how far he got without gear, food, or water. A small part of me hopes he got away. A Traumatic Hiking Trip by Anonymous. This incident happened quite a few years ago, so I apologize for the confusing information. I'm just writing what I remember. So one day in the summer of 2017, it was a gloomy day at our walk start, but that's irrelevant. My best friend and I had decided to go for a hike. This time we decided to take the trail, even though we usually just walked off-trail wherever we wanted. We took a break as we got to a bench, which was just over halfway through the trail. A young girl and her dog were jogging down the mountain, nothing unusual, so we assumed it was safe to go to the top. Once we got to the last turn before the top, I began to feel very uneasy, but we continued anyway. Near the top was a slope with lots of rocks and rubble. I could see 3 or 4 men at the top conversing behind a bush, so I stopped dead in my tracks. I heard one of the men say frantically, "Hide the body! Hide the bag!" He said it just loud enough that my best friend and I knew what he had said. My friend took a couple of steps forward to see if it was just some teens messing with us, but it was indeed a small group of men with a body bag. I never saw the bag personally. I never saw the body or any of the men's faces. So me and my best friend said quietly, "What do we do?" Then we gave each other that "get me the hell out of here" look and booked it for dear life. None of the men followed us, and we safely descended the mountain. We made a police report because my best friend saw the bag, the men, and some old blood on the bag. Despite the local police not believing us, they scraped the mountain and searched everywhere. They initially didn't believe us and found nothing. But shortly after this encounter, a news report came out about an Australian guy that went missing, and his remains were found in my hometown. Then the pieces started to click in my head. I believe the man was killed before they brought his body to the mountain to dispose of it. If you think about it, they probably wanted the body found if they were stupid enough to ditch it on a public mountain with a hiking trail. Of course, the news report never mentioned me or my best friend reporting this, because who would believe 2 teenagers, I guess, plus a search team had found the remains of the poor guy, so of course they're going to get all the credit. I still don't know to this day why this happened, but all I can say is I'd never lie about witnessing something like this. It was truly messed up, and I think about it every single day. When I would hear the adage, "right place at the right time," I'd think to myself, yeah, okay, it's all just coincidence. But after what I've been through these past 6 weeks, my mind is changing. Maybe you are put in a specific place at a specific time for a reason, but I digress. As most of you know, the Pacific Northwest, for those unfamiliar, was recently ravaged by an ungodly number of wildfires. Seeing all the little fire emojis dotted all around the maps of California, Oregon, and Washington made my heart ache. My home was burning. Fortunately for myself and my family, our area had not been hit as hard as many others. I had planned on camping for quite a few weeks prior to this pandemic of wildfires, so I was happy to see that my usual spot was not near any major fires and subsequently had been deemed safe to camp and travel in. I am a camping enthusiast and enjoy deep wilderness camping on the Pacific Crest Trail as much as I can. My usual spot is remote. It requires an hour drive up a 2-lane road into the middle of nowhere. This is followed by a 30-minute drive up an old logging road that ultimately crests a small mountain. The mountain slope leads into a beautiful valley, with much larger mountains encircling the valley from the north and east. In the center was a decently sized clearing, a valley if you will. The clearing was littered with fallen logs, beautiful pink and yellow yarrow flowers, and the occasional family of white-tailed deer. This was my true happy place. This valley does have a name, but I will keep it hidden for anonymity purposes. I left on a Tuesday morning in early September. The drive to the mountain was relatively uneventful. Besides almost hitting a large buck who decided to cross the road right in front of my truck, I arrived on the mountain's crest and began unpacking the bed of my truck. I had just recently bought a new 2020 Toyota Tacoma. I parked my truck facing the clearing. Roughly 5 feet from the edge of the small drop-off, the slope down to the valley wasn't steep and is very easy to hike down. I would definitely call it a beginner's trail. I'd say it's about 400 to 450 feet from where I parked down to the valley floor. I had camp set up just as dusk was setting. I usually would have a large fire going, but with the previously mentioned wildfires, that was not really going to be possible. I brought a small propane stove and a space heater to prevent any accidents. As I finished gulping down my last bite of dinner, I noticed it was quickly growing dark. I hopped off my tailgate and made it into my driver's side door. As I was digging in my pockets for my keys, I looked down into the valley and noticed something quite strange. I could make out 2 circular small lights in the far distance. They flickered as they quickly moved closer to the clearing. It looked as if they were hovering and navigating through the trees at a steady pace. I crouched down in front of the truck and looked on, curiously. I watched for a few minutes until the lights eventually arrived at the tree line of the clearing. I could hear the humming of a motorcycle engine or something like that echoing from the valley. That's when I realized what I was staring at. What on earth were these 2 people doing riding dirt bikes all the way out here, in the dark? This was the first time I had ever seen another person out there. The lights were stationary at this point. I assumed the 2 riders were off their bikes and walking around the clearing. Although that is only speculation, as I couldn't see anything aside from the 2 bike headlights. I knew they couldn't see me as of yet, as I had no visible lights or a campfire. I instantly thought to grab my phone out of my glove box. Local news stations warned the public of suspected people intentionally starting fires in the woods. They encouraged citizens to be vigilant and gather any evidence they could. In an absolute lapse of judgment, I pressed the unlock button on my keys. My truck lights flashed, and a loud beeping sound rang out. I had just given a beacon of my location to these midnight riders. In a rush of adrenaline, I threw myself on the ground stomach first. My mind was screaming, "Good going, Einstein!" I could barely think as my heart was pounding in my ears. I watched as the bike lights began to turn back in the direction they came from, and eventually disappeared into the darkness. I could hear the engines revving harder than they had before. That unsettled me a bit. As I stood up and brushed myself off, I began thinking about how odd it was. Usually, people with good intentions do not run off like that when they notice another camper. These people were obviously up to no good down there. Maybe drug traffickers, meth cookers, arsonists. My mind was filled with all the potential threats I might have alerted to my location. I sat in my truck and mulled over the options. Should I drive home? What if they were waiting for me at the end of the logging road? Was I overreacting? I decided to pack up camp and spend the night in my truck and drive home first thing in the morning. After packing everything up, I drove down the logging road a little way and backed into a small gap in the mountain face. That way, if the midnight riders decided to pay me a visit, they might miss me. I was in full paranoia mode. I lowered my seat back, racked around in my shotgun, and eventually dozed off as adrenaline turned into exhaustion. I awoke to my alarm, with My Life for Hire by A Day to Remember blaring from my phone. In a groggy daze, I sat up and rubbed my eyes. My phone said 6:32 a.m. Looking out my windshield, I could see some thick brown smoke swirling in the wind. As I stepped out of my truck, I was hit with the intense smell of burning wood. As you guessed it, there was a fire very close by. I jumped back into my truck and raced back up the mountain. From my camping spot, I'd be able to get a better understanding of the situation. As I drove up way too fast up this narrow logging road, I noticed the smoke was thinning out as my elevation grew. My heart sank at this realization. When I reached the crest, I jumped out into the truck bed and looked out over the valley. I could see blue skies above the mountains across from me, to the north and east. My heart sank as I confirmed my suspicion. I turned towards the logging road to my right. I could see the smoke thicken from that direction. I was trapped. My mind instantly went to the two riders from the previous night. I grabbed my phone, praying for a signal. Of course, I had no such luck. I jumped off my truck bed and threw my passenger door open. I frantically searched for my backpack. I ripped it apart. Once I found it, looking for my GPS satellite phone, I kissed it with joy when I grabbed it from the bottom of the bag, flipped it open, and thanked the Lord I had a signal. I called 911 to report the fire and request help. I chatted with the operator for somewhere around 15 minutes or so. The operator said she'd connect and have local wildlife firefighting companies come out ASAP and attempt to get a helicopter to evacuate me. After being on hold for a few minutes, I was transferred to a helicopter pilot with a wildland firefighting company that was nearby. I mentioned the valley by name and the man said he knew where it was. He claimed they were sending a helicopter to pick me up and that I needed to be there and ready to leave as soon as they landed. After we disconnected, I rushed to clear out my truck of any valuables. Sadly, rubbed the dashboard and said sorry to my new truck as it was evident the fire would eventually consume her. I then gradually started making my way down the slope into the valley. After only falling a few times, I reached the valley floor. I bolted through the trees towards the clearing. My lungs were on fire as I was nearing the clearing. As I broke through the tree line, I collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. After only a few minutes of lying there, catching my breath, I got back into my feet. I started walking towards the center of the clearing. When I got to what I assumed was the center, I glanced up at the peak of the small mountain. I could see my bright red truck sitting there where I left it. Roughly 200 feet off the left was a wall of fire. Black smoke was rising from the wall as it raced up the mountain. I turned away, not wanting to watch $39,000 literally go up in flames. I began scanning the skies, searching for my rescue. I concentrated on listening to the chopping sounds of helicopter rotors. As I stood there listening, I heard something else that made me question my sanity. Just off to my left, I could hear someone crying. A shockwave ran through me. I stood there, unable to believe my ears. I upholstered my handgun and called out, "Hello? Someone there?" I then began to hear a muffled screaming. I ran towards the screaming and trying to hold back tears. I noticed a piece of plywood, roughly 4 feet wide, 8 feet long, covered in branches and dirt. It was laying on the ground with a large boulder set on top. I called out, "Hello?" I heard the muffled screaming again, this time much louder and unmistakable. Is someone really under this plywood? I thought to myself. I rushed to move the boulder. After struggling for a few minutes, I finally managed to push the boulder off the plywood. I slowly lifted it up and threw it to the side. What I saw was something I will never forget. Sitting inside a small hole, probably no bigger than 4 feet by 4 feet, was a woman. Her wrist zip-tied and her mouth gagged with a piece of cloth. I gasped and took a step back. I couldn't believe it. What the hell was going on? The woman was frantically looking around. I snapped out of shock and rushed to help her. She flinched as I reached out to grab her. I lifted her out of the hole. I took the cloth from her mouth as she frantically started yelling in Spanish and raising her arms. I told her to calm down, "You're safe now." I cut the zip ties that were binding her wrist. She instantly started pointing behind me, repeating, "Mi hija." I didn't understand her or really what that meant. I knew no Spanish. I turned around and quickly see 4 more pieces of plywood scattered across the clearing. I was horrified. I rushed over and started to flip them over one by one, but they were empty. The woman, following me as I did this, let out a painful cry as I flipped the last piece of plywood over, exposing a 4th and final empty hole. She collapsed on the ground and began sobbing. I tried to ask her what was wrong, but I couldn't understand her.
As I attempted to console her, I could hear the distinct sound of helicopter rotors. I looked up to see the chopper descending into the valley. I helped the woman up and put her arm over my shoulder as we rushed away to the awaiting chopper. A man jumped out of the side doors. As we reached out, he said,
"You didn't tell us there was two of you."
I yelled back, trying to be heard over the rotors. "I just found her. I have no idea what is happening." He replied with,
You found her. What are you? Never mind, we don't have time. Get in."
He helped me get into the helicopter and shut the doors. Soon after we started to ascend, I looked down over the valley to see the fire engulf the peak and was halfway down the slope towards the valley. I sat back in relief. I was finally safe, but I had so many questions. The state police and EMTs met us as we landed back at the base camp. I explained the entire situation and they took the woman and me back to the station. Eventually, I was released after retelling my story to 6 different officers. My wife picked me up and I was able to return home. That was not the end, unfortunately. Over the last 6 weeks, I have been interviewed by local authorities, state authorities, the U.S. Marshals, ICE, and even a pair of FBI agents. My final interview was with the 2 FBI agents. They were the only ones who gave me any real information on the situation. After retelling my story just as I did here, they filled in some holes for me. They explained to me I most likely stumbled upon a human trafficking operation. When I unlocked my truck, it spooked them. He said I was lucky that I hid in that gap when I did, as they most likely went up the logging road to quote-unquote handle me. When they couldn't locate me, they probably assumed I had left to get the police, so they packed up any valuable assets, including the woman's young daughter, and started a fire to destroy any evidence before I could alert the authorities. I asked about the girl. The older agent informed me that she and her daughter were kidnapped from Nicaragua. The woman claimed that they were set to be sold to a wealthy Russian oligarch. She was being held in government custody until she could be returned home safely, he said. She's lucky you came along when you did. You were at the right place, at the right time.
Fresh out of high school, my friends and I decided to take one last trip together before we all split up to go to college. The Pacific Crest Trail was the destination. A few nights of drinking, hiking, and camping was exactly what we needed together. Ian, my boyfriend, picks me up from my house. I've never been to the Pacific Crest Trail, so he tries describing its beauty the best he can. Babe, you're gonna love it, I promise. Nothing but fresh air and wilderness. We will be one with nature. I'm not so sure Mother Nature would approve of the ungodly amount of alcohol you have in the cooler. Well, what about this? Ian pulls out a sandwich-sized Ziploc bag of weed. I know Mother Nature would approve of this. She grew it. You've been holding out on me, I said, snatching the bag from his grip. I open it and take a deep breath, inhaling the familiar aroma. It's a long ride. Might as well roll one up for the road. Sounds good. I'll call the others and get them to meet us at the location. Ian connects his phone on his Jeep radio, putting on his 80s hair metal playlist. I light the freshly rolled joint, and we settle in for a road trip. We decided to meet up at the Bridge of Gods. The Bridge of the Gods sits at the convergence of the historic Columbia River Highway State Trail, 3 National Historic Trails, and the Pacific Crest Trail. We walk over the bridge together, being extra careful because there is no shoulder on the narrow bridge, and we must share with cars and trucks. We make it across with no problem and hike for a while until we decide to go off trail to find a spot to set up camp by the river. 3 tents between 6 people, Nova and his girlfriend Tessa, the twins Sadie and Katie, and finally myself and Ian. I sit back with a black cherry white claw and take in the beautiful, beautiful surroundings. The sky let out an orange glow as the sun sank behind the jagged mountains. The mountains came down to meet the cold, untamed river. Nova and Ian began to make a fire before the night came. As the darkness falls, the alcohol flows. The flicker of the flame lights the night. We all reminisce about high school and talk about all that we would like to do for our future. Ian gets quiet and stares off into the darkness that is the river. What's up, Ian? I ask. I think I can see the outline of a boat floating not far off the bank. We all look in that direction. Ian pointed. Yeah, I think I see it too, Katie said. Nova walks over to his backpack and pulls something out. He twirls it in his hand and looks at it for a moment, before putting it in the direction of what we think is the boat.
Is that a gun? Put that up, Nova. I spoke. Chill out, Brittany. It's just a flare gun, Ian said as he grabbed my hand to calm me. Nova pulls the trigger, and a trail of light streaks out towards the boat. It lights up the immediate area around the dark outline. It was a boat. Not just our mind playing tricks on us in the dark. 2 people stood in the flat-bottomed boat, looking our way. They wore orange hoodies that hid their face. Oh my god. People are watching us, Sadie said. Get the hell out of here, you damn weirdos, Nova shouted. Nova and Ian began picking up rocks on the riverbank and throwing them at the boat. After a few moments, we could hear the engine start and drive away. We finally get over being freaked out. We did our best to put the incident behind us and continued drinking and partying throughout the night before eventually passing out in our tents. I woke the following day to a commotion outside. I unzipped the tent and dragged myself out. The sun hit my eyes, and I winced as a sharp pain shot through my head. Drinking obscene amounts of alcohol seems like a great idea until the next day, when you have to wake up with a splitting headache and you get a queasy gut. I see Ian with his hands clasped on top of his head, standing in front of a flat-bottomed boat and sat on the riverbank on our campsite. Ian, what's wrong? What's going on? I ask. These assholes from last night, they docked our boat here and stole all of our supplies while we were sleeping. Nova walks up behind us. I'm having trouble finding the trail. I have some food and water stashed away in my tent. Let's refuel and go look like a group. After eating, with no supplies, we decided to cut our trip short, pack up, and look for the trail we strayed from to get to this riverbank. Let's split up, Nova said. We can go in pairs of 2. Try not to stray too far from the others, so if you find the trail, you can alert the others by yelling. Nova and Tessa enter the woods. Sadie and Katie enter about 20 yards away, and Ian and I do the same. Ian grabs my hand and he leads the way. We say nothing to each other, only the sound of twigs breaking and brush under our feet fill the silence. I think I see something, Ian said. I look around to try and see what he sees, and that's when I notice it. I think we both figure out what it was at the same time by the terrified look we gave each other. To our left, a man in a bright orange hunting hoodie stood several yards away. He didn't move. He just looked at us. A camouflage ski mask covered his face. He didn't move even when we ran into the opposite direction of him. Even without being chased, we ran as fast as we could, leading to me tripping over some undergrowth and falling. My extended hands were the only thing stopping me from slamming my face into the unforgiving ground. A sharp pain shot through my wrist into my elbow. I let out a yelp in pain. I'm not sure if it's broken, but I know it's at least sprained. The price I had to pay to save my face from colliding with the forest floor. Ian quickly comes to my side, helping me up and inspecting the hand. I held it close to my body. He flexed the wrist, sending a shockwave of pain through my arm, causing me to jerk my hand away. Behind him, I noticed some movement. It was one of the men in the orange hoodie stepping out from behind some trees. I point a shaky finger behind Ian at the man. Ian glances over his shoulder to see what has me so shaken. We'll check this out later. Right now we have to run. Ian grabs my elbow, careful not to touch my hurt wrist. We make a hard left and quickly make our way to what is hopefully the trail we came in on. We break through the trees, but it's not the trail. It's a small clearing. It looks like someone has recently been here. A still smoldering fire set in the center of the small clearing. Sadie and Katie break through the brush into the clearing a few feet away from where we came in, followed by Nova and Tessa shortly, to the right of where we came in. We all share stories, and they all sound very similar. These men funneled us to this spot, Katie said. Why do they want us here? What do they want? Nova responded. Well, you did shoot a flare at them, I say to Nova. The creeps were floating there watching us. What was I supposed to do? Stop fighting. It'll get us nowhere. We need to figure out how to get back to the trail, Sadie interrupted. We looked around the clearing. It was roughly about half the size of an NFL football field. There was nothing out of the ordinary other than the smoldering pile of coals left behind. Let's turn around together and enter the woods and search for the trail. It has to be close, Ian said. We began to walk towards the section of woods we had entered the clearing through, and several of the men with orange hoodies and camouflage masks stepped out of the tree line. We turned as a group and began running in the opposite direction. We got halfway to the other side of the clearing before there were more men wearing the same orange hunting hoodies and camouflage masks stepping out. More emerged from the tree line surrounding us. I'm pretty sure there were 12 of them in total. Some of them had rifles in hand. Our group huddles together as it looked like these hunters were slowly closing in around us. 2 hunters grabbed the twins, Sadie and Katie, and begin to drag them away, kicking and screaming. Ian and Nova run towards the 2 hunters that grabbed the twins. Nova throws a punch that connects with the hunter's chin and drops him to the ground. Nova grabs Sadie by the hand to help her up when a loud boom fills the air. The unexpected explosion temporarily disorients me. My ears ring. I look around confused about what just happened and where the explosion came from. I hear Sadie let out a terrified scream. I look to see her coated in blood and Nova lying on the ground beside her. Ian turns around, running away from the scene unfolding before us. The look of fear in his face let me know exactly what had just happened. One of the hunters with a rifle had shot Nova. Ian took about 2 steps before another shot rang out. Blood spray came out of the side of Ian's head like a lawn sprinkler. Ian drops mid-stride, pulls her into the nearest tree line, and I hush her violent screams. No additional words are needed as we began to both sprint away from the chaos. I feel terrible about leaving Sadie and Katie to die. But any other action than what I took would have led to all of our deaths. I could hear the hunters scrabbling after us. At least, that's what was running through my mind at that moment. Tessa and I ran full speed for what felt like miles. My legs burned, my lungs hurt, and I would not dare to slow down. To my relief, we stumbled upon the trail. I look around to regain my sense of direction. "The bridge is this way," I yelled to Tessa, and we began sprinting again. We ran to the bridge, where we flagged down a car, and they called the emergency number to alert the police. I was frantic, trying to explain to the officer what I saw, that we ran off, leaving our friends to die. Tessa could only weep. She tried to tell her version, but she couldn't get the words out. Tessa was physically shaking, and instead of words, vomit was the only thing that came from her mouth. Several hours had passed, and the sun was starting to set when the officers found my friends. The hunters had erected 2 wooden crosses that Sadie and Katie hung from. Their abdomens sliced open, and the twins were connected by their intestines tied together. Their guts decorated the wooden structure they hung from like a set of gory Christmas lights. Ian and Nova lay at the foot of the crosses. I don't know the reason behind the gruesome slaughter of my friends, but I do know I'll never revisit the Pacific Crest Trail.
My Terrifying Time at O'Neill Butte by Jeremy of Rome. I've always been an adrenaline junkie, so when my friends invited me on a rock climbing trip to O'Neill Butte, you know I could not resist. I heard stories about the area being haunted, but I brushed them off as folklore. But little did I know, those stories would become my reality. We arrived at the butte early in the morning, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as we started our ascent. O'Neill Butte is a towering sandstone monolith located in the heart of Sedona, Arizona. It's known for its challenging routes and stunning views, but there's more to this butte than meets the eye. As we climbed higher, the air grew colder, and the wind picked up. It felt as if we were being watched. But every time I turned to look, there was never anything there. I tried to shake off the feeling and focus on the climb, but it only got worse. That's when we reached the halfway point and everything changed. My friend, who was leading the climb, suddenly froze in place. I asked him what was wrong, but he didn't want to respond. It was as if he was in some sort of trance. That's when I heard it. A low whispering that seemed to be coming from the rock itself. I looked around frantically, but I couldn't see anything. The whispering grew louder and more frantic, and I felt like I was losing my mind. That's when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. It was a figure, but it was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was tall and thin with impossibly long limbs and a face that was distorted beyond recognition. It seemed to be made of a shadow and mist. It was moving towards us at an alarming rate. I shouted at my friend, but he didn't respond. I knew we had to get down and fast. I started to descend as quickly as I could, but my hands were shaking, and my feet kept slipping. That's when I felt a hand on my ankle. I knew I was in trouble at this point. I looked down to see the figure climbing to me, its eyes glowing in otherworldly light. I screamed and kicked, trying to shake it off, but it was no use. It was as if it had its grip on me. That was stronger than any rock or metal. That's when I heard a voice in my head, clear as day. It said,
"You're not leaving here alive."
I closed my eyes and prayed for a miracle, but I opened them and the figure was gone. My friend was still in his trance, but he eventually snapped out of it and we made our way back down to the ground. To this day, I don't know what the heck happened up there on O'Neill Butte. All I do know is that something evil lurks there, and it's not to be trifled with. I'll never forget that climb and the horror that still lingers in my mind. Rock Climbing Horror Story by Centennial Climber 95. I remember the day I decided to go on a rock climbing trip in Colorado. I had been planning it for months, gathering all the necessary equipment and reading up on the best spots in the area. My friends and I were thrilled to embark on this adventure, and we could not wait to explore the beautiful and rugged landscapes of the Rockies. We set out early in the morning, driving towards the trailhead that would take us to our first destination, the Garden of Gods. It was a majestic and awe-inspiring place with towering red rock formations that seemed to defy gravity. As we started our climb, I couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration and adrenaline rush through my body. The views were breathtaking and the sense of accomplishment that came with each successful ascent was indescribable. But as the day wore on, something started to feel off. We had been climbing for quite some hours, and the sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the landscape. I couldn't shake that feeling that we were being watched, that there was something lurking in the shadows, waiting for us to make a mistake. My friends, they brushed it off fairly easily, telling me I was just being paranoid, but I could not shake the feeling. It was like a cold chill had settled in my bones, and no matter how hard I tried, I could not shake it. As the darkness descended, we made camp, building a fire to keep warm, and cooked our dinner. But as we settled in for the night, things took a turn for the worse. We started hearing strange noises, like something moving in the shadows. At first, we brushed it off as just some sort of animal, but the noises, they continued to get closer and more persistent, and we could tell that this had to be something human by the way they were moving. It was not until we heard the sound of rocks being thrown that we realized we were in some serious trouble. We huddled together, trying to stay warm, but the fear was palpable. We were in the middle of nowhere, with no cell reception and no way to call for help. We were completely at the mercy of whatever was out there in the darkness. And then, just as quickly as it started, the noise stopped, but that was just before we began to hear what sounded like multiple more footsteps join them. We spent the rest of the night huddled together, barely sleeping, waiting for morning to come. The moment the sun rose, all the noises stopped in unison, and it sounded like they were all running away in the opposite direction. We packed up our gear immediately and started the long trek back to civilization. We never did figure out what the heck was stalking us that night, if it was a person, a group of people, I don't know. The memory of that experience, though, will stay with me for years to come. To this day, I can't help but feel a sense of unease whenever I think about this trip, and I always make sure to keep an extra eye out for any signs of danger when I'm out in the wilderness. But that's why I'm submitting this story to Swamp Dweller. I would love to know in the comments if you guys have any idea what the heck happened. The Creeper Who Didn't Get the Hint by Anonymous. So I had gone to the indoor rock climbing place that I have gone to many times in my life with my friends. It was a great way to exercise and challenge ourselves while having a fun time. But on this particular night, our fun was about to be disrupted in the most unsettling way. As we arrived at the climbing gym, I noticed a man who seemed to be staring at me intently. He was tall with unkempt hair and a scraggly beard. He wore a tattered hoodie and jeans that looked like they hadn't been washed in quite some time, multiple weeks at the very least. I tried to shake off the feeling of discomfort, thinking maybe I had just been paranoid because I had drank a lot of soda that day and I was pretty hyped up on caffeine. But as we started climbing, the man continued to watch me. He stood in the corner of the gym, barely moving around at all, his eyes glued to me. I could feel his gaze on me as I climbed, and it made me feel absolutely uneasy. My friends didn't seem to notice anything was wrong, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with this guy. As we took a break, the man approached us. He introduced himself as Mike and asked if we needed any help with our climbing. I declined, but he persisted, offering tips and advice. His voice was low and raspy, and every time he spoke I could feel his breath on my neck. I tried to be polite, but his presence made me feel more than uncomfortable. We continued climbing, but I couldn't focus on anything but the man. He started making creepy comments like,
"You have strong arms, and I like the way you move."
My friend still didn't seem to notice anything, and I didn't want to ruin our night, so I did try to ignore him. But the man didn't stop there. As I was climbing, he started circling the base of the wall, muttering under his breath. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but his voice was deep and guttural. Suddenly, he lunged at me, grabbing my leg and pulling me down. I screamed and my friends rushed to my side, asking me what happened. The man just stood there with a sickening grin on his face. I could feel his eyes on me and I knew I had to get out of there. We quickly packed up our gear and left the gym, but as we were leaving, the man grabbed my arm and whispered in my ear, "See you soon." I didn't sleep that night, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the man was still watching me. I was afraid to leave my house, terrified that he would be waiting for me. It wasn't until a few days later that I saw news reports about a man matching his description being arrested for assaulting a young woman at the same gym we had been at. The thought of what could have happened to me if my friends had not been there still haunts me to this day, and I don't think I can ever really go rock climbing again because of that sense of unease I get. The PTSD is just too real. The Invisible Creature on the Roof by Swamp Dweller. Now, this story isn't a rock climbing story, but it is a personal story of mine that I wanted to share with you all. I shared this in a video many years ago, but I'd like to share it for anybody who's new. I grew up in rural areas my entire life. Whether it was beef farms in Tennessee or living in the middle of nowhere, Florida, I've done it all, really. Growing up without access to most commonalities we have all grown accustomed to. That's right, we had no internet, no TV, and you guessed it, no cell phones. I know, the horror. We are the last actual generation before the internet age, I like to think. Dial-up was around, but it was something most of us didn't have access to at the time. But honestly, it wasn't all that bad outside of the long, dull summer days when we would be cooking alive in the fields picking green beans. Living in an old Civil War cabin in the middle of nowhere, Tennessee, shelled out some exciting experiences. This story will be one of the many I may share if you all enjoy it. This story starts like any other. It was a typical Friday night and my brothers and I were home alone. As we didn't have much to entertain ourselves with, we began playing search in and around the house, which is basically like hide and seek. We mostly opted to stay indoors as it was pitch black outside. For more context, our cabin was on a steep hill with a long winding driveway. Our place had a basement level, the main level where most of the house was, and the upstairs that only had my room. We also had a back deck that was about 10 to 12 feet in the air. Anyway, back to the story at hand. It was pitch black outside, and going much further than the front porch at that time was something many of us didn't want to do. The game was fun but needed more variety, and with the little room we had inside, it did get kinda stale. At this point, I thought of wandering outside and hiding on the roof to make the game a bit more interesting. This would soon be one of my biggest regrets in life. At first, everything did seem fine. It was rather cold as it was nearing fall and the weather was starting to change. There was a slight breeze and the air was crisp and calming. After a few minutes of sitting on the roof, something felt off. I had been practically mesmerized by the sound of crickets and cicadas. I realized, though, that all the noise had suddenly stopped. This to me seemed very odd, but at the same time, being a naive teenager, I didn't realize that this only meant something terrible was going to happen. I sit there as still as possible for a moment, trying to listen as closely as I can. I can't hear anything besides the slight breeze through the leaves. Then, an eruption of noise came from the other end of the roof as quickly as the silence came. For a bit more detail, we had a metal roof, making it very easy to hear when things walk on top of it. It sounded like something had landed on the opposite end of the roof. I looked over but could see nothing. This left me somewhat unnerved, and my first thought was to exit the situation. However, before panicking fully, I remembered it could be my brothers messing with me, since they did probably give up looking for me by now inside. I opened up my window and called my brothers. They both ran up the stairs shouting and complaining that the roof was off limits. As my oldest brother got to me, I asked him if he had been messing with me and making noise on the roof. He, of course, denied this and wanted to come up and investigate. So he and I slowly made our way to the middle of the roof and listened. Just for a moment. Everything went quiet around us as it had earlier. At this point, I was already on edge, ready to karate chop a demon in the neck if I had to. Then, we hear what sounds like a pounding noise on the far end of the roof, in the opposite direction of where we are standing. After 3 sets of 6 pounding noises, it charged us. Well, I think it did anyway. It sounded like hooves were running on the metal roof, but the only issue was we couldn't see a damn thing. The entire roof was clear, aside from us, that is. But somehow we heard these footsteps. It quickly approached us and began running circles around us. I held out my arms, trying to see if I could feel anything, but I couldn't. The weirdest part is that I could feel the vibrations of something running around us, but I could see nothing tangible. The footsteps circled us for many minutes, but was probably no more than a minute at most. Suddenly, it ran off to the other side of the roof and seemingly jumped and disappeared into thin air. We quickly ran inside, locked the windows and doors, and huddled up inside, freaked the hell out. To this day, I still don't really know what I experienced, but I can tell you this, there are things we cannot explain out there in this world, and this was one of the many experiences I've had that definitely reaffirms that. Mountain Biking Turned Deadly by Luke.
My name is Luke and I am now 20 years old. This story happened to me when I was 17. This experience still gives me chills to this day. In May 2017, I found myself going out a lot more on my mountain bike. I was getting bored of cruising around the streets, so I wanted to go out for a trail, woodland bike ride. I have never been to Lee Woods before then. Personally, I do not think I will ever go alone again. After some research into different areas, Lee Woods seemed to be the best bet. Living only a couple of miles away was a nice bike ride. On arriving, it looked very peaceful, and I was almost in a dreamlike state by my first look at the place. For a woodland area in England, let alone Bristol, it was amazing. On going into the woods, I remembered seeing different colors at the start of each trail, signifying difficulty for bikers and length for walkers. Don't take my word on that bit, I still have no clue what they mean, honestly. So I decided to go down the blue-colored trail to see what was down there. Finding it exciting, I decided to go down the harder trail, and now, here's where it starts to get weird. I began having this weird sort of vision looking around as if I'm being swallowed by the woodland. Everything felt like it was getting bigger and further away. I brushed it off, but it turns out I lost track of time. I got lost on the trail. Now keep in mind I am very observant and aware of my surroundings. I then came to a strange opening. I could go left in the rough direction of the way out or right deeper into the woods. Me being me, I decided to go deeper into the woods. I came to a weird little trail that just had dodgy written all over it, metaphorically speaking. I went against my gut feeling of turning back and went down there. I came to a point of which the trail continued, but it was getting very dangerous, the trail being too bumpy for me to even walk down. I then turned back, but for a few minutes before turning back, I do not know why, but I was just standing still, staring down the trail. I felt like I was being watched from all angles, even though it would be near impossible to have that many eyes surrounding me in that area. I got nervous and began walking back up the hill as I was too tired to ride at this point. Keep in mind, my bike tires are completely solid, with no punctures, slow punctures, or even anything wrong at all. I wish I still had the pictures of the bike. Upon getting back to the spot where I originally went to the trail, that weird loss of time thing began. It felt as if the whole path had stretched by a half a mile, as if the woodland was moving. I began walking up the path feeling that same eerie sensation of being watched as I did beforehand. This time, it felt a bit more sinister. It felt as if something were about to happen. Bearing in mind, I had not seen a single person now since I went down that first trail. I will explain the scenery before continuing. It is a long path, a slightly steep hill to my left, a narrow river to my right, maybe 4 feet deep and 4 feet wide. Bushes are on the other side of the river, with the odd tree every now and then. Upon getting about a quarter of the way up the slowly inclining path, I hear a woman crying behind a tree up ahead. I start slowing down my walking pace to try and get a look behind the tree, but the whole time I am thinking to myself, why would someone jump across to cry behind a tree? So I edge closer to the river to look behind to see if the person is okay. Also because many people go to Lee Woods to commit suicide, so I was hoping that maybe I could help this person. But you guessed it, there is no one there and the crying stopped. A bit weirded out, I just slowly turned away and started walking again, a bit quicker as I was unnerved. I have had a few paranormal experiences before this, but not in a place like this, never in the woods. Usually it was in a house or some sort of building, so this was new to me. I had this sudden shiver as I was walking. Maybe a minute or so later, only a couple of meters away where I heard the crying, it started again, but this time it was opposite of me across the river. I did not bother looking. I started just going again in a bit of a jog. As I got faster, I heard the bushes rustling, as if there was something following me. Upon hearing this, I sped up and the crying became more and more hysterical. Bear in mind, my bike was fine before this moment in time. I have thought to myself, F this, I'm gone. I try to hop on my bike with the adrenaline that was rushing through me, and I had come to an almost sudden stop. My back tire on my bike had become completely flat out of nowhere, so I had no other choice but to sprint with my bike and pray for the best, and that I do not trip or end up having to throw it and run faster. With the crying person still close to me and keeping up, I am running faster and faster, praying I just get off this path that I was on. I had that feeling of wanting to cry because I could not actually do anything to help the situation or get out of it any faster. And after what felt like an hour but was probably only 5 or 10 minutes, I could see the car park. The crying had stopped following me and getting closer and started moving back down to where I first heard it. I sprinted out into the car park. I must have been as white as a sheet of paper and hysterical with my breathing and wheezing as multiple people in the car park turned to look at me like I was crazy. I saw the exit sign out of the car park and ran towards it, and whilst doing so, I noticed my bike to be moving a lot smoother. I could not believe that my bike tire had suddenly regained all of its air. It was solid again, as it was before the unnerving crying person shenanigans. I jumped on my bike and got away from Lee Woods as fast as I could, and have never gone back, as every person I tell this story becomes more reluctant to go there with me. The thing that makes this story so scary to me as I have Irish heritage. In Irish folklore, there is a demon that we call the Banshee. She is seen in woodlands next to rivers and lakes washing blood off clothes. It is said that if you see her washing blood off clothes, the person who owns those clothes will die. Alternatively, if you hear her crying, it means death. I cannot remember the meanings exactly of the deaths, but it means either you or a loved one will die. Since 2017, I have lost my auntie, 2 of my best friends, and a dog. Lee Woods is no joke. There are many stories that have come out of Lee Woods too. You can read online about them. Search up Lee Woods, Leigh. It is rated 87th most haunted place in the UK according to Higgy Pop. It is a popular spot in Bristol for suicides, or it was at least. Even the ghost of Isambard Kingdom Brunel has been spotted there, looking over the suspension bridge, which he designed. I may submit some more stories soon, as I have a couple of more experiences I have had over the years.
A Joke Gone Too Far by Down Your Alley. I'm from a small town in Doddridge County, West Virginia called West Union, and not a whole lot happens here, besides petty theft and drugs and the predictable stuff. It's a very everybody knows everybody kind of area, and their business is everybody else's business. However, there was a boy named Joseph Spencer that I grew up with from daycare and up. We weren't too close. He was always introverted and reserved, but we were friendly and had mutual friends, so I spoke to him regularly. Occasionally, he'd make a little too dark joke or get a flash of unnecessary anger, but he was always quick to smile or laugh it off. He was never mean to anyone, didn't pick on anyone, and was incredibly smart. He was just a little odd, but overall nice. He just seemed like a shy kid. Then, on September 3rd, 2012, he murdered his parents and his little sister. No one saw it coming, and no one could believe it. He had been acting normal the days leading up to it. He has an older sister and an older brother, who are only alive now because they weren't home. The brother was at a friend's house and the sister away at college. He shot his dad in the head while he was asleep, hit his mom in the back as she tried to run, and shot his 9-year-old sister. From what I understand, he called the police and waited for them out on the front steps. He claimed he did it because his dad was abusive, and his mom never prevented the abuse or defended him. But then, shooting his 9-year-old sister doesn't make much sense. His older sister is married to a friend of my husband and I. The sweetest woman I've ever met. His older brother is married to a friend of ours, too. He was terrible on drugs for a while, blaming himself for what happened. They both have children of their own now and are doing pretty well. But I couldn't imagine the pain and the grief that happened to them and their family. Anyways, I've been waiting to send this in for a couple of years now, and I hope you do an episode on this story. A Story You Won't Believe by Nicole W. In April 1997, I was 16 years old, a sophomore in high school, and had just gotten my first little used car. I worked 2 jobs to pay the payments and insurance. My parents' marriage of 20 years was going down the drain, leaving my brother and myself to our own devices. We lived in a small town, so unfortunately we drank and smoked weed to look fantastic and deal with our depression over our parents' divorce. Jamie and I were only 16 months apart, so we hung out in the same group of friends and we were always together. Unfortunately, I started seeing this guy 6 years older than me, so he was 22 at the time, and he was just bad news from the jump. He had yet to graduate from school or have a job or car, so he spent his days looking for girls to ride him around and play basketball. My dad had moved out of our house, so my mom had become lax with the rules, and she sometimes let B stay the night as long as he slept on our couch. One night during a school week, my mom said no to B staying over and told me to drive him home. He lived about 15 minutes away from my house, so even though I didn't want him to leave, I knew my mom meant business, so B and I left my house around 10 p.m. Now, to make you understand this a little bit better, I will describe the road we had to drive on the best way I can. We lived in a little town in West Virginia that was sandwiched between two slightly bigger cities, but there was only one road that connected all of these towns, Route 60, and it was just a narrow 2-lane road with lots of blind curves and hills. Nevertheless, it was the main thoroughfare for all the traffic, including tractor trailers that hauled food, coal, and wood. Driving it was no big deal if you had grown up there, but to outsiders they often remarked how the road nauseated them. Anyways, the night I was driving B home was a clear night, not much traffic, and I was going around 45 miles. The speed limit was 55. I rounded a slightly sharp curve and was blinded by another vehicle's bright lights, and suddenly there was a loud boom, and I remember seeing 2 legs fly up in front of me. I immediately pulled over the car to the side of the road, thinking I had hit a deer, and I kept asking, "B, what did we hit? What was that?" Finally, we both jumped out of the car and turned to look at the road to see what I had hit. A woman was lying in the middle of the road. She had a tiny little girl that was about 20 feet away as well. I could tell they were not moving. My brain and body just went on autopilot. I ran to the nearest house, where it just so happened one of my best friends lived, and I shouted to them to call 911 and told them I had hit 2 people in the road. I was crying and shaking uncontrollably. I called my mom and she said she was on her way. My friend and I ran back up to the road where B had managed to stop traffic from both directions. I remember walking over to the little girl. She had blonde hair and a beaded necklace that said, Hannah. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and I knew she had head trauma. While waiting for the paramedics, I took stock of the scene around me. In the lane opposite the direction I had been traveling sat a pickup truck with a camper top, and it was parked right smack dab in the middle of the road. One of the headlights was out, and the other was on high beam, hence why I couldn't see the vehicle very well. The driver's side door was opened, and the woman's car CD player was repeating blasting Ozzy Osbourne's Crazy Train over and over. I finally yelled for someone to please turn it off. I don't know who finally did it though. After what seemed like forever, emergency personnel arrived and the mother and daughter were airlifted to trauma hospitals. I'm going to stop right here for now before I tell you the rest of the story, as I've written quite a bit, and I'm not even sure if anyone is interested. But if you'd like to know what happened and why the people were in the road, please feel free to let me know, and I will gladly share the rest of this traumatizing story. Here's the rest to those who are interested. The next day, we were updated that the mother had broken ribs, broken legs, and some internal damage, but the little girl Hannah had died from the head trauma. I was devastated. The case would be presented to the prosecuting attorney to see if I would be charged with possible manslaughter or vehicular homicide. I was just a teenager. They brought my car home to me. There were still strands of blonde hair in my right headlight. I had horrible nightmares where I would see legs flying up before me. I started gritting my teeth so hard that my upper jaw shifted. I was put into counseling with an excellent psychiatrist. Meanwhile, the state brought in a team of investigators that measured the markings on the road, i.e. where my car was, where the people had landed, etc. I waited in fear to see what my future would hold. Finally, all the evidence was submitted to the prosecuting attorney and the judge, and it was decided that it was a total freak accident that couldn't have been avoided. I wouldn't be criminally charged. It was a huge relief, but I felt so bad and responsible. I couldn't drive for at least 10 months. In the meantime, the woman's insurance company sued my insurance company, so we had to go to court to give depositions. It was terrible reliving that night, but we found out a lot. We discovered the woman, Jody, wasn't even supposed to have her daughter. She had previously lost custody of her and the father had her. Jody had taken Hannah from her father's house and had been riding around in that truck for 3 days. Jody had been in mental health hospitals for her whole life. The reason she gave for being in the middle of the road that night, there was a dead possum in the street and her daughter was an animal lover, so they stopped to move it out of the road. A precious little girl lost her life over roadkill. My insurance company didn't award Jody any money on her part for being negligent, but they did award $50,000 on the roll for Hannah. This tragedy has affected my entire life. I am now 41 years old and still can't drive at night. I just think that this story might be interesting to some people. It's strange, dark, and mysterious. Thank you for your time. The Grafton Monster by Anonymous. This story takes place about 3 years after my family and I moved to Grafton, Virginia. I'm 16 years old and live with my 2 younger brothers, Ben and James, and my parents on a 100-acre densely wooded lot. I'm not trying to ramble on, so let me start telling my story. It was almost summer break, and my brothers and I had just gotten off the bus. The walk to the house would take about 20 to 25 minutes if we kept a good pace. We get off the bus around 2:45 and got home around 3:15 to 3:20 most days, so no one in my family worries when it takes us a little while to get home. While the 3 of us walked towards the house, I noticed the woods were silent. At first, I didn't think much of it. I had my brothers to talk to keep my mind at ease. But after a few more minutes of walking and it was still dead silent other than our conversation, I got a weird feeling. I told my 2 brothers to be quiet for a minute and listen. They stopped talking and I focused on scanning the wood line in all directions to see if I could spot any movement at all. Nothing. Not a single ounce of noise. Then the woods suddenly erupted with singing birds and everything went back to normal. Not wanting to make my brothers any more scared than they were, I just picked up the pace and they followed behind. We got home, put our school bags down, and looked through the pantry for snacks. My mother must have been home early, since we saw her car in the driveway. She came down the stairs and talked to us about the school and offered to cook us some pancakes. We agreed and helped her get out the ingredients she needed to make them. "We're out of eggs," I said to my mother. She told me to go out to the chicken coop and see if there were any she missed while out there this morning. I slipped on my shoes and made my way out the back door. The walk from the house to the chicken coop is not very short. It's about 10 minutes away from home and not in a clearing. The first 2 minutes of the walk were not bad. They were utterly uneventful, if I would say so myself. Nothing really out of place happened. It wasn't until I saw the coop that the woods were silent again. Like on the way home from the bus, I scanned the woods like before to see if anything was moving, and like last time, I didn't see anything. But something was definitely off about this. I got this deep sense of dread that almost made me vomit in fear, and the thought of something or someone staring at me would just not leave the back of my mind. Something or someone was watching me, and I could not see where or what it was. Being a dumb kid, I picked up a few rocks and proceeded to throw them into different spots of the woods to scare whatever it was away. This only made what was watching me mad. It let out a groan that sounded like a dying animal. Suddenly, rocks started getting thrown from inside the woods, and it was aimed directly toward me. I screamed and started running back toward the house. This thing was following me. Every time I would run a bit faster, it did the same. It was running completely parallel with me. It was just behind the wood line, and I couldn't see it. Once I got to the backyard, I ran to the steps and into my house. My mother looked at me in shock, and she told me I was pale as a ghost. Not caring about the eggs, she comforted me and told me to say what happened. I did, and she just laughed it off and told me it was my imagination getting the best of me. My 2 younger brothers laughed and said they would come with me to get the eggs so I wouldn't be scared. Not knowing how to tell them no and not wanting to be the chicken older brother, I agreed to have them come with me. I picked up a big stick while walking with them and then walked ahead. Once we made it to the chicken coop, I noticed that the door was open and that none of the chickens were there. After my brothers gathered some eggs, I went to look for the chickens.
About 30 feet behind the coop, a horrible smell hit my nose and made me gag. All the chickens had been ripped apart and left to rot. Now, even more scared than before, I told my brothers that we needed to get to the house as quickly as we could so we didn't end up like those chickens. Again, they laughed at me and walked to the house like normal. But not wanting to leave them alone, I stuck with them. Halfway home, I heard something behind us crunch a stick. My heart sank because they were in front of me. I turned and saw nothing, but the woods were deathly quiet. That sense of dread hit me again, and I wanted to vomit, but I ended up holding it together and saying, "What the hell is that?" And we all ran, dropping the eggs once again. Our mission failed. I didn't see what he was looking at until a rock flew out of the woods and hit me in the forehead. Then I finally saw what this thing was. Then I finally got a glimpse as to what this thing was. It had to have been 7 or 8 feet tall, an almost translucent gray color with those bright white eyes. I can only describe them as the headlights of a car. This thing was giant and did not seem like it feared us at all. I grabbed my 2 brothers' hands and took off as fast as we could back to the house. This thing followed extremely closely behind until we reached the porch. We all turned around and saw it standing about 60 feet from the house. As weird as this may sound, it smiled at us. It almost looked sad that we had run away. The 3 of us got inside and locked the back door. At this point, my dad was home and we explained what we had seen. "Ah, the Grafton monster," he said and laughed, as my mom did earlier that day. The last week of school ended and we got off the bus for the final time that year. Not worrying about what we saw on that horrible day, we got to the house a bit earlier than usual. My mom wasn't home yet, so we got the key from under the mat and went inside. Turning around to put the key back under the rug, I saw those bright white eyes and that devilish, again almost sad-looking smile, and started crying in fear. I could tell this thing was not going to hurt us, at least I didn't think so, but the fear of not knowing what the hell this thing was bothering me, and still bothers me to this day. It's been 6 years since the first time the 3 of us saw it, and we still occasionally have rocks thrown at us while walking. It's become normal. Sometimes we even throw them back. Sometimes we even hear a weird groan-like laugh and keep on with our day. I don't know what this thing is or what its intentions are. Still, it hasn't seemingly caused any problems other than killing our chickens. Thanks for picking my story, and I just wanted to say thank you, Swamp Dweller. Your videos keep me and my family entertained on late weekend nights, and everyone enjoys listening to your scary true stories. We Hunted Mothman by Anonymous. I think it's time people understand the truth of this thing. I'm 23 years old, but I was 13 when this happened. I don't feel safe sharing the location, but I was hunting with my old man, so there were forests and even large rock formations in the area. Every time my dad and I went hunting, we'd make a point to set up camp and a fire near the stream upon arriving. The forest was an amazing place by day, but a place that grew far more mysterious and even scary by night. I always made a point to sleep prior to or at the same time as my old man, so I wasn't the only one awake at night. The hunts we'd go on were family tradition and annual. We'd always spend a week in the woods on every hunt. Now that I've set things up, you should understand the story behind the evil we encountered on this hunt. It was the first day of our hunt and we had found no deer. This was odd as there were usually deer everywhere, and we'd often have one bagged by the end of the day one. Having no game killed, we went to bed around 10 that night. It was 3 in the morning when I awoke to the sound of rattling outside the tent. Looking outside the tent, I noticed the fire had gone out. It took me a bit, but eventually, I mustered the courage to investigate. I wish I hadn't investigated at all though, if I'm honest. Remember those rock formations I mentioned earlier? They're about 30 or 40 feet tall, and about 10 feet in diameter. Gazing upon the highest rock, I saw it. It was some monstrosity that stood at least 6 feet tall and had blackish, brown skin. It had thin arms and legs, and I'm pretty sure its appendages were longer than most humans by a few inches. The thing that left me the most in fear, though,
What are those wings? It quickly turned in a flash, and what I saw haunts me to this day. The creature had a human face with no features outside of bright, glowing red eyes. The moment I saw this, I of course screamed my head off, at which point the thing flapped its huge wings and vanished into the night sky. My dad came out wondering what the hell had happened and why I was screaming. I told him everything that had happened, at which point he looked at me like I was crazy before telling me to go back to sleep. I, of course, didn't sleep at all that night. I kept seeing that monstrosity burned into my memory. The hunt always lasted a week, and I was terrified even after that. Every moment of every day, I would be scared that I would see that thing again, or that it would come back and try to get me or something. I never saw it again, but something else strange did happen. We never saw a deer that entire week. My old man chalked it up to bad luck, but I didn't believe that was why we never saw any deer. I believe this thing is why. The worst part came when we had to pack up. We had enough things that packing was a 2-round trip. It was when I was going back for the final set of stuff that I noticed the footsteps in the mud. They were huge and confirmed for me what I saw was real. The prints themselves looked like they belonged to a creature with 5 toes that were slightly larger than my dad's. They towered over anyone by 6 feet 8 inches. The strangest part was, the back of the prints were triangular and shaped and stretched out at least 3 inches back. We left soon after, and I thankfully have never seen anything like this since.
For a while now, ever since I was a kid, I've been fascinated with Point Pleasant, West Virginia. My dad used to tell me stories of the Mothman and how it terrorized the small town back in the 60s. It's because of his stories I started doing research on other cryptids and urban legends, like skinwalkers, wendigos, the Jersey Devil, and many others. Point Pleasant was the closest town to me, so I made it a goal to drive down there for a weekend on the 53rd anniversary of the first Mothman sighting. On Friday, November 15th, I picked up my stepbrother and stepsister, and we headed down to West Virginia. They were both skeptics. They didn't care about the legend. I honestly don't know why they even wanted to go in the first place. We made it to the small town around 3 p.m. and checked into the Low Hotel. A couple of hours after going into the Mothman Museum and checking out the other small shops, my 2 friends, Katie and Joanna, made it down for the weekend trip as well. We all met at the Mothman restaurant where some locals knew we were from out of town and enjoyed us talking about the small town. One of them asked, "You folks go check out the TNT area yet?" I responded with, "Not yet, but it's on our to-do list." This is when our group thought it would be a great idea to go there at nighttime and head to the area where Mothman was sighted by the 2 young couples, Roger and Linda Scarberry, and Steve and Mary Mallet. We bought lights and headlamps and headed to the area at around 8:45 p.m. We approached a gate that was blocked off so no vehicles could pass by, and decided to get out of the car and walk into the wooded area. It was really dark out, and all we had to guide our way was our lights we brought and my GPS leading us to one of the bunkers. We made it to an opening in the forest where I believe the factory's building once stood, before getting demolished. It was at this time my stepsister and Joanna saw a pair of eyes staring at us from the woods. Whatever it was, turned around and walked back into the forest. They assumed it was a big animal, and for our safety, we headed back to the car. As we passed the gate, I noticed it could be lifted with 2 people, and we decided to open it and head in with my car. As soon as we passed the open area, we found a bunker to our right, parked the car, and went inside to get some pictures. Our one friend was beginning to get a little too uncomfortable, so for her sake, I told her we will come back when it's daylight, so we could be more aware of our surroundings in the wood. We got back in the car, and I pulled back into the road. Before we could take off, Katie and I told the group we were going to close the fence since it was closed for a reason. We got out of the car, which was facing away from the fence, and the only lights we had were my brake lights on. We picked up the fence and slowly started moving it back into place. That's when I saw it.
a pair of glowing eyes staring at me from the bunker we were just at. They easily stood 6 to 7 feet off the ground, and it was just staring at us. I stopped moving and I said, "Katie, do you see that?" She responded with, "What?" and looked up and saw the eyes too. The moment we both were looking at the eyes, it became red and started coming toward us. I yelled, "Katie, run!" And as she screamed and ran for the car, the creature pursuing us let out this horrifying roar. Nothing I have ever heard in my life before or since. As Katie ran, she fell and hit the ground hard, and I didn't move till I knew she was safely inside. As soon as I got her in, I ran. The eyes were easily 15 feet away from me at this point, and I jumped in the car and pressed on the gas as hard as I could. The road to get out of the TNT area is a 35-mile-per-hour road, and I was easily doing 100 to get out of there. We were very shaken up about this event, but it honestly felt like history was repeating itself 53 years ago. Once we got back to the hotel, we gathered our thoughts and I tried to think logically on what we saw. We looked up wildlife local to the area and tried to compare the noise, but nothing matched. I'm not saying it was the Mothman, or sheep squatch, or wendigo, but something about the way it stood and started coming towards us made me think otherwise. My group and I have decided to invest in tech to record our cryptid hunts next time we go. We want to return back to Point Pleasant soon to try and capture what we saw on camera. Cryptid hunting is no joke. What we felt was genuine fear, and we could have died that night. Yes, it might have been a bear, it might have been a mountain lion, but you got to be careful. You don't know what's out there, waiting in the dark for its next meal.
A Possible Wendigo Encounter by Connor P. I was writing the ski lift with a U.S. Army veteran last week. We got to talking and he mentioned that he had spent the previous couple of years living in the South Dakota Badlands. Based on my friend's South Dakota Sasquatch encounter, I asked if he had seen any Sasquatch in the area. He said he had not, though he was tracking bison and coyote through the region to understand their hunting patterns better. He did, however, relay a story in which he truly felt he had a close call with something called a wendigo in Kansas of all places. There's an old Indian/Union Army trail that goes through Kansas, and my new friend and a buddy of his were hiking along the trail enjoying their annual bird migration, when, all of a sudden, everything went deathly quiet. That's when he started hearing the sound of a woman screaming bloody murder, and although his companion somehow couldn't listen, the sound seemed to reverberate through the hills. "I think my buddy thought I was losing it," he said, "but we both heard it go super quiet, which was odd already, as we were smack dab in the middle of a massive bird migratory route. The Kickapoo live in the area presently, as a reservation was granted to the tribe back in 1832, and though it was progressively reduced over the years, part of the tribe has continued to live there down to the present time. He said he had never been more confident that someone or something was trying to lure him out into the dense brush to kill him. What was odd, though, was that his friend couldn't hear the screaming, but even though it was crystal clear to his ears and he was standing right next to him, I asked him if he had happened to see the creature or pinpoint the location of the screaming. "Not exactly," he said, "though I continued hearing weird sounds and noises, and when we camped out that night things got more bizarre. We hadn't seen a soul for at least 2 days, and that night I was on high alert, so I had a tough time falling asleep. Every little sound had me poking out of my bivy sack with my 1911 style .45 pistol, scanning the area for any signs of movement. What was creepy, at one point he said that he thought he saw a tall, dark shadow move from behind a tree to another one, and possibly what might have been a hand reaching out around the tree before slowly retreating into the stillness of the night. When he finally did fall asleep, his dreams were plagued by nightmares of him trying to escape some unseen assailant while running wildly through the brush, cutting his face and arms against the brambles. He'd finally return to the safety in his dream, at which point would only start over again as if on repeat over and over again.
This happened for what felt like ages, until he had finally woken up in a cold sweat and gone back to scanning the perimeter. At long last, dawn broke and the sun gradually rose. They packed up their little camp and had no more run-ins with the entity, though the experience had left him shook, as he had said. In her books, American Monsters, Linda Godfrey states that the Chippewa, Ottawa, and Potawatomi tribes in Kansas believe that there is an evil, man-eating giant human who was turned into this terrifying beast due to some slight to another or through a variety of sins. The Chippewa believe that selfishness, gluttony, or cannibalism would turn a tribe member into a wendigo for punishment. Descriptions vary from tribe to tribe, but most describe a large, elk-like predator that preys on people who wander too far into its domain. Many report hearing sounds such as a baby crying, a woman screaming, or a voice playing on a static loop of sorts. Perhaps a phrase the beast somehow recorded from previous victims, typically something along the lines of a cry for help, or who's there, or help, I'm lost, or something along those lines. The idea is that the basic human instinct that leads people into the wilderness to help whomever is in need will lure them into their demise. Another common theme is hearing the voice of a loved one, maybe your mother, luring you out into the woods, or even a familiar form appearing in the mist, followed by the gradual realization that the voice is off or that it's not quite right. Often, these things are much too tall, too slender, and their arms are much too long to be a human, but it's far too late by the time you realize it. All these possibilities we discussed, while also discussing other native folklore such as deer woman and shape-shifting witches, all of which are relatively common motifs in mythology of the region. It was an interesting conversation by far, and one of the creepiest stories I think I've ever heard. And anyways, I just wanted to say thank you, Swamp Dweller, for sharing this story. Deadwood is a Strange Town by Samantha. I go mushroom picking every year. I live in the Pacific Northwest, specifically Oregon. This happened just outside of Eugene, just on the edge of a small town called Deadwood. My boyfriend and I have this hidden little spot on BLM property every year for Chanterelle/King bolsters hunting. Because it's on BLM property, we don't have to deal with hunters. Unfortunately, mushroom hunters and deer hunting season do coincide. Because it is the Bureau of Land Management property, no hunting is permitted, and we've been out there Chanterelle hunting for many, many years together, and we know the area well. We always know to never split up, and we've never seen anything bad here. You know, there are creatures in the woods, of course. It's Oregon. The trees are thick. We got mad at each other one day for whatever reason, probably something stupid. It was muddy, and we went mushroom hunting up and down steep slopes. My boots were filling with rain and mud. He was mad and dumb enough to walk ahead of me and put too much distance between us. This is when I started yelling and getting no response. All of the sudden, everything went dead freaking silent. I've never heard this much silence, not even the sound of rain. It was deafening, like a loud ringing in my ears. I became aware of everything. I knew I was being watched. I quickly dug a hole and sat down. That's how my body reacted. I was so scared. I looked into the trees and there was this invisible human thing. It's hard to explain. It was above us into the trees and it was looking straight at me. I stood still as a statue, trying not to make eye contact and waiting for this thing to go away, whatever it was. It didn't seem to be going away though. It was just sitting there, staring at me intently. After just a few minutes, but was probably no more than just a minute, my boyfriend came back, tapped me on the shoulder, and asked what I was doing and why I was shaking in the mud. I looked up at the tree and this thing was gone. I don't know what I saw. I don't know why it felt like it was warping me into my own little bubble, but I was absolutely shooken to the core. I told him, I don't know what I told him, honestly. I just told him I had a panic attack from the argument, and we just tried to walk down the hill calmly. but I've never been able to explain what that was. It almost looked human, but it was like invisible but not quite invisible, if you get what I mean. I could see almost through it, but I could see like the outline of its body. Its eyes, though, they were so demonic. I think it was a skinwalker by Kayla R. Okay, I don't know whether or not it was a skinwalker, a wendigo, or something else, but what I encountered, it was something absolutely nightmarish. This happened shortly after my mom passed away on March 22nd of 2021. A week or so after her passing, I was outside at night, walking the length of the driveway for some exercise, when I heard what sounded like my mom's voice coming from the very tall grass. I knew it couldn't be my mom, clearly, so I shakily walked back to the house, entered, and locked the door. Roughly about a month later, I was sitting in the lawn chair outside at night to relax. I remember I was pretty close to falling asleep when a shadow covered me. I opened my eyes to see what looked like a deer standing just behind my lawn chair looking down at me. I remember seeing its eyes. They were wrong though, like they were almost glowing white, and there was this overwhelming smell of rotten flesh, like when you come across a fresh carcass that's been sitting in the sun for a day or two. It was absolutely putrid and made me want to retch instantly. I remember slowly standing, turning to face the thing, and slowly backing away from it as it stared down at me with this death glare, like it hated me. Finally, when I was just a foot from the front steps, the thing turned and began to walk away back towards the tree line. I turned and ran to the stairs, only to hear an ear-piercing scream seconds after. I looked back and this thing ran at me on its hind legs. I got the door open, got inside, and locked it immediately. I heard another scream and listened to my mom's voice begging to be let in, but I have a dog, and he went nuts trying to attack the door. Since then, I only go outside when it's daytime and to let my dog use the bathroom. I haven't seen that thing since. I carry a 7-inch blade dagger with me every time I go outside at night now. I know it might not be much, but it makes me feel a little bit more secure. Possible encounter with something unearthly by Schnizzle. I was tree planting near Smithers, British Columbia, about an hour and a half into the mountains on dirt roads. I tried my best just to forget this incident ever occurred, but I could not find any way to rationalize what happened. I don't really care who believes me, but this happened and I will stick to my guns on that. It was almost midnight and I was trying to sleep in my tent. My tent was near many dead trees that would creak when the wind picked up, loud and distinct sounds. Now on this particular night, it was dead silent and still. I started to hear sticks cracking and slow footsteps starting to get closer over about a 15-minute span. Finally, it was loud enough that I was sure a bear was approaching my tent. It got so close that it had to be no further than 15 feet from me. It was cracking sticks and padding around the forest floor. I decided to yell out very loudly. I was answered with nothing but absolute deafening silence, which was creepier than hearing anything back at all. There was no sound of the creature fleeing or doing anything. I sat in silence, too scared to move, trying to rationalize to no conclusion. Then about 20 minutes of dead silence later, I heard the eeriest, unnatural, and most unexplainable noise. It was the same timbre and volume and basically the same as the trees outside cracking, but instead of being a regular creak, it would start and then hold that same note and grind to a stop. It was the most unnatural droning that I've ever heard, and definitely not a tree creaking. There was no hint of wind or any other trees creaking as usual. I barely slept a wink that night, and the next day was tough. I just had to forget about it. I didn't even make the connection that skinwalkers are known to imitate sounds like that until a few weeks ago. This happened in July of 2022. I would love to know if anybody in the swamp has had any similar experiences. Good evening, Swamp Dweller. I am an Inuit man from northern Canada. and I wanted to tell you about the time in my younger days when I believe our hunting party faced off with an Inuit, an evil being that takes the shape of a caribou. I'm an old man now, and this story takes place many years ago in what is now the territory of Nunavut, Canada. In those days, many of us Inuit still lived in the traditional ways of hunting, fishing, and living from what the land gave us before we were forced into communities by the Canadian government and RCMP. In winter, we traveled far from our homes to hunt the seals and great caribou herds from which we took our meat and furs. This story takes place during one of these trips that are now long gone. Myself, my brother, an elder, and another man set out from our houses to track the caribou herds. Snowmobiles were only new back then, and only one man had one. The rest of us traveled by dog sled. We had enough supplies for 2 weeks loaded on our sleds, as well as several hunting spears and 3 World War II era rifles. This was in the late 1960s, so they were plentiful in those times. After a 3-day-long trip, we managed to track the herd and made our snow houses for the night. As the sun came up the next morning, we set up our rifles on a ridge overlooking the herd, and not long after my brother spied a beautiful fat male among the others. We quickly drew a bead on several other caribou and open-fired. Within a few minutes there were 7 dead animals waiting for us on the snow. We made quick work skinning and gutting the first 6, but immediately upon looking at the 7th we knew something was not quite right. Its fur was ragged. Its eyes were not normal. They looked like that of a man, not a caribou. As my brother stuck his knife into the animal, its eyes jerked to the side and stared directly at him. We jumped back but quickly passed it off as a death reflex. But when the animal was opened, we were met with horror. Its meat was black and festering. The smell was so bad we were nearly made sick. The elder knew immediately that something was terribly wrong, and the decision was made to douse the carcass in gas and burn it. As we rode away with our kills, we began to get a very uneasy feeling, so we stopped for a minute and let the dogs rest. As we looked back, we noticed something moving on the far hill, and we were shocked when we looked back at it with binoculars. The caribou we thought was burned was slowly trotting behind us. The bullet wound was now a dark brown stain, and those human-like eyes were staring right through the glass at us. We immediately hitched the dogs and rode as fast as we could. We traveled several miles the opposite direction over the sea ice to hide our trail and keep it from finding our camp. As darkness came, we finally lost the creature in the snow. All that night, 2 of us stayed awake with guns at the ready. We cut our trip short and fled back to town at first light. The elders blessed us and our meat to ward off any bad magic the Inuit may have brought on us. This spirit takes on the shape of a caribou and is said to kill hunters and kidnap children. There have been many, many other memorable hunting trips in my long life, but this one stands out to me the clearest. This was a few years ago, and I have not done much of any research on it until very, very recently. My family and I had gone up to my grandparents' house. They have about 10 acres of land and only used about 1 to 1.5 acres for the house and yard. They had a large, dense pine forest all around the area of their house, except for the road that led into their house. They had cut down some trees to make 4-wheeler paths that we could ride on when we went up there. One day my sister and I were riding out on the paths on some of my grandparents' 4-wheelers. For whatever reason, it slips my mind, but I think it was to get a drink, but I do not entirely remember. My sister went inside. I thought nothing of it and kept riding the 4-wheeler I was on. Well, probably about 3 minutes or so later, I was driving past a dense patch of the forest. Over the 4-wheeler engine, I heard a loud growl. I heard it clearly to my left in the patch of forest. Thinking it was just a coyote, I looked over towards where the growl had come from. I didn't see any coyote. You know that feeling you get when you investigate a forest at night and you get scared something will stare back at you? Well, this happened to me in the middle of the day. What I was looking at still haunts me to this day. I was staring into 2 large yellow eyes. It appeared that they were sunken into the creature's face. The eyes were probably about 2 times the size of a normal human eye, and they were watching me intently. I could see by looking at the thing's eyes alone that this was not any normal creature, and it was smart. I did not get to see what it was entirely because it was standing in a bush. The bush was exceptionally large, like probably 10 feet tall or so. About 8 feet up in this bush is where I saw these eyes poking out, staring at me. I could not see any other part of this creature. but I did not stick around to find out what it was. I put the four-wheeler into drive and sped up to about 55 or 60 miles per hour. I ran inside and did not go back out on the pass for the rest of the trip. No one else in my family saw anything, but I was terrified of whatever it was. Fast forward 6 years. I was talking with my friend about spooky things we had seen. I told him about this story and began to wonder what I could possibly have seen. I did a lot of research on what large predatory animals live up there. It is northern Idaho if you do not believe me and want to go check. After a little bit of digging, I found that no animals were about 8 feet tall. I did not believe it because I was skeptical of anything that was paranormal. I checked again and again, and because I could not find anything, and I did not want to believe that it was something that had never been captured before or proven to exist, I just tried to push it out of my mind. The largest wolf ever found has only been about 6 feet tall when standing on its hind legs. The largest bear might have been large enough, but it could not fit in that bush, so I began to research any possible creature that it could have been. Eventually I found one, a wendigo. It was the only possible creature I could have seen. I do not know why it did not attack me, or why it let me get away. Based off the features I saw, the large yellow sunken eyes, it could have only been a wendigo. What scared me even more is that a couple of years later my grandparents moved out of that house for an unknown reason. They say it was to get closer to the family, but the family was actually excited about making that long drive and coming up very often. They moved a little bit closer. It's still a long drive, but I haven't seen that monster ever since. This incident was the most terrifying experience of my life. This happened in the fall of 1982 in Baxter State Park, Maine. I live in Manchester, New Hampshire at the time, and desperately wanted to get one last camping trip in before the weather changed. The region would become buried in snow and tourists from out of state for the skiing season would come in. It was early November, and it was still warm during the day and nice and chilly at night, perfect for sitting around the fire and relaxing. I loved the outdoors, I still do, but the events of that night in Maine would leave a mark on me for the rest of my life. My wife worked all weekend at the hospital downtown, and both the kids are at Grandma and Grandpa's for the weekend. I called in sick for work, loaded up my Bronco, strapped the canoe on the roof, and hit the interstate. I was on the water late in the afternoon. I loved the area because of how remote it was. I was just a few miles from my launch site, where the truck was parked, when I spotted a perfect place to camp. I paddled toward the shore. This is a great spot, I thought to myself. I set up my little tent, built a fire, and unfolded my packed chair to relax. The day turned into night, and I crashed out in the tent. The following day, I awoke to the sounds of birds chirping. It was a little cooler, but still great weather. I took my camera out, and I went into the forest to take some photos. I did some fishing and just enjoyed the peaceful stillness of this remote wilderness. The day was uneventful, and soon after dinner, I lay in my tent with my flashlight reading. I must have dozed off because I awoke startled by something moving outside of my tent. I lay still, but my instinct told me that there was something outside. I could hear the carefully placed steps of something. There are moose and black bear up here. Moose can be extremely dangerous if you walk upon them by surprise. The bears generally smell you before you see them and keep away. I lay still and listened. Whatever it was had stopped at the entrance flap of the tent. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could make out a faint, shadowy shape. I was wide awake now, and on full alert. Whatever it was, I could hear it sniffling around and panting out of breath. I slowly began to unzip the tent when it ran off. I unzipped the flap of my tent and looked out just in time to see the branches swaying and hear something heavy moving through the brush and into the deep woods. The sound of its footfalls told me one important thing. It was on 2 legs. That could not be right. I had not seen any other people since entering the park and leaving my truck at the trailhead. The tourist season for leaf peepers had passed, and even so, someone could only reach this location by the waterway. I suppose someone could be out here, someone I had not seen or heard until they came sniffing and snorting around my campsite in the middle of the night. I guess it was possible. As the sun rose, I ate my breakfast but remained on guard. I could not shake the feeling of being watched. I felt a presence in the forest, someone or something just out of sight. I kept a .45 revolver on me when I camped out here in the North Woods. Was not so much concerned about the wildlife, so much as the weirdos you might run across, the meth heads, the backcountry types. In my experience, the scariest thing you can come across when you are alone in the deep woods is another human being. I could not be sure if someone were out there, but the paranoia began to take hold. It was dark now, and I was inside my tent. I kept the revolver close and my boots on. I was done playing games. I sure did not plan on shooting anyone, but I was sure to show them I was not an easy target. I sat up quickly. I must have fallen asleep because I was startled awake by movement all around the tent. The shadows everywhere, on all sides and all directions. I could hear sniffing and snorting, low grunting and raspy breathing. What the hell is happening? I thought in a panic. It did not sound like people, but the height of the shadows cast against the flaps of the tent in the moonlight revealed prominent, upright figures. There must have been 5 or maybe even 6 on all sides. Fear gripped me as the realization came over me. I was surrounded. Suddenly, low growling started all around me. It was answered back on the other side, and all around me were low, deliberate growls. Were these coyotes? Were the massive shadows just a light playing tricks on me? The growling increased in pitch and intensified, and I knew an attack was imminent. I pulled my revolver out and fired straight up into the air. The next moments were a complete blur. I charged through the tent with just the clothes on my back and my .45, and the truck keys in my pocket. I bolted straight for the canoe and muscled it into the water. I jumped in and began paddling. I never looked back until I got far enough from the shore. I should have never looked back. There they were, standing completely still on the riverbank, their bodies crouched down, with heads low, eyes reflecting in the moonlight. They looked like giant coyotes or maybe even wolves. 6 in total. I was transfixed by what I was seeing. I had never seen a coyote this large, this massive. As I sat in the safety of my little canoe studying these creatures, they did something I'll never forget. They began to stand up on their hind legs. Each one would slowly raise on 2 legs. I could not believe what I was seeing. They all stood like men. These things, these creatures, had almost ambushed me as their prey. I turned and furiously paddled as howling rang out behind me.
Never swerve to miss a deer. You could hit something much worse. By Horror Writer 1717. It was one of those days. The fog hovered like a curtain waiting to rise on a show. Being called into work on only 3 hours of sleep was terrible. Driving through thick fog, I can feel the car holding back, making for an exciting morning. Maybe listening to Metallica's All Nightmare Long at 3 a.m. wasn't the best choice. It started with the floating legs. As I drove, I saw a pair of blue jeans standing alongside of the road. Just the legs, though. It was like someone had stood half a dummy beside the road to freak people out. As I came closer, I could see a black hoodie on top of them in a vaguely human form. The head turned towards me and I could see nothing inside the hoodie. A chill went up my spine as my foot went down on the accelerator. I was so freaked out that I never saw the deer running straight toward me. It wasn't until it was right beside my car that I noticed it. It startled me so badly that I swerved to miss it and ended up on a side of the road that I had never driven on or ever seen before. I hadn't gone far before I calmed down and realized I must have made a wrong turn in my franticness. Finally, I stopped in front of a sign that mesmerized me. It was once a standard road sign that had a deer crossing on it, with the silhouette of a buck leaping in the air. However, this one had been modified by a talented artist. The painted additions made the deer enormous, more significant than a moose. It also had a mouthful of shark-like teeth, a spiked tail, and glowing red eyes. The sight of this fanciful creature should have made me laugh, but after the morning I'd already had, it chilled me to the bone. I immediately did a 3-point turn and floored it out of there. I maybe made it 100 yards. My front tire, which wasn't in the most excellent shape, gave in to the stress and had a catastrophic blowout. This plus my speed sent me careening off the road and into a deep ravine. At least that's where I woke up, in a deep ravine. I willed my blurry eyes to clear and was immediately sorry I had. Every window was shattered, tree limbs shot in this way and that all through the car's interior. It looked like the love child of an Ent and a Buick. My seatbelt held me firm and the deflated airbag lay before me. I leaned forward and was rewarded twice. The first is pain. My chest and arms felt like they were on fire. The second was the realization that I wasn't on the ground. The car creaked and groaned when I moved. I could not see how far it was to the bottom though, because of the same fog that got me into this entire predicament. Okay, this isn't good. I can't even hope for help. No one would ever see me down here. I did some physical assessments to keep me calm, staring at the feet. Toes wiggle, that's good. Right leg bends, left leg. Oh my god. I'm going to call feeling like I've been stabbed by 1,000 knives bad.
I leaned forward just enough to see my leg. My pants were covered in blood, tried to reach the wound, but stopped when the branch made a cracking sound.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Moving on, my lower abdomen seems okay, my ribs feel like they're the main course at a barbecue, and my arms shoot daggers whenever I move them.
The most disturbing part is the lack of blood on my shirt.
Okay, end assessment. Possible broken leg, ribs, and internal bleeding. Car destroyed, hanging precariously in a tree that could give out and send me falling to my death at any minute. Low possibility of rescue due to the early morning fog, and being out of sight of the road. So essentially, I'm dead. The worst part of all of this was alone with my thoughts, knowing that death was on its way and there was nothing I could do about it. All these thoughts disappeared as a slight breeze made the hair on my neck stand on end and I heard a low rumble. I slowly turned my face to see the noise and wondered if I was hallucinating. I saw 2 substantial red orbs coming steadily toward me out of the fog. As they approached, I could see they were attached to something horrific. The creature stopped right beside my car. The artist on the sign didn't do it justice. My breathing became rapid and shallow as my heart jackhammered in my chest. A warm liquid ran down my leg that had nothing to do with the car injury that I sustained. This thing's glowing red eyes were the size of basketballs. Its teeth looked like they had come straight from a shark. Its claws were as long as hunting knives. I stifled a scream as my injuries were forgotten. The enormous red eyes were so close that I could feel the warmth coming off of them. It stared at me. Don't move, don't breathe, don't think. It ripped the door off the car and inhaled as it was sniffing me. It backed out, grabbed the car, and shook it out of the tree until it toppled onto its roof. God damn, the roof collapsed from the weight and missed crushing my head by mere inches. I nearly lost consciousness from the unbearable pain as I hung upside down from my seatbelt strapped across my broken ribs. The car began to move. Meadow protested as it was dragged through the woods. Oh no, it's taking me back to its cave. I tried to reach the seatbelt release, but the pain was too great. I was being dragged helplessly to my death. This ride from hell taught me the meaning of pain for what seemed like an eternity. Every bump and jostle was a new lesson. The metal screeched in protest as the car finally stopped. The creature sniffed me again. Go ahead, eat me, I screamed. I hope I give you indigestion. The red orb stared at me as if sizing me up to see if it would be enough trouble to rip me out of the car. Finally, in desperation, I used the only thing I had available. I reached up painfully and pressed the horn. The creature jumped and screamed a loud cry that defied description. The last thing I remember was it running off into the trees as my mind led me into a blissful unconsciousness.
Beep, beep, beep.
All right, I'm up already. I reached for my alarm clock, but it wasn't there. My bedroom wasn't there either. I woke up to incessant beeps pounding my aching head. I looked around the white room at the machines that seemingly were keeping me alive. My eyes settled on the man in uniform standing at the foot of my bed, staring at me. Good morning, he said. Good morning, I rasped back. My name's Sheriff Seacrest. I realize this isn't the best time, but I need to ask you a few questions about your accident. Okay. From the skid marks on the road, I figured you were doing at least 80 when your tire blew. Any reason you were going that fast? Am I under arrest? The sheriff studied me for a second. No, you're not under arrest. I'm trying to figure out what happened. I was scared, I said, barely above a whisper. Scared of what? Of whatever was in the fog. So, what was in the fog? I lay quiet for a long time. I wrestled with the implications of telling someone else what I saw. I wasn't even sure myself. My imagination. The sheriff seemed a little disappointed. So how did you get your car out of the tree, dragged 100 yards and set on the side of a road? I don't know, Sheriff. I wish I had the answers for you, but I blacked out when I landed in the tree and woke up here. And that's all you remember? Yes, sir. Was there any wildlife around? What do you mean wildlife? Oh, you know, squirrels, foxes, deer, he said, emphasizing the last word. Nothing I saw, as I said, I blacked out. He closed his notebook. Thank you for your help. I hope you recover soon. I hope so too. The sheriff started toward the door, stopped, turned back and looked me in the eyes as if he desperately wanted to say something, faltered, and said,
You're fortunate to be alive. My terrifying experience with what I think is a skinwalker, by Connor P. This story goes way back. I believe it was either 2009 or 2010. It's hard to believe that this was over a decade ago now. Anyway, my girlfriend Lakayla and I took a road trip to visit her mom and some of her family living there on the Navajo reservation in Arizona. We also brought along our friend, Shannon, who was also of Navajo descent. We arrived there at night, and as you probably know, there isn't much electricity or anything like that on a reservation. Even running water is scarce, so it gets very dark out there at night. I found it absolutely remarkable how the stars lit up in the dark sky. You could see everything. There was no light pollution. It was like being in a planetarium. Even now, I can remember how picturesque it was. I suppose nature had to give us something beautiful before it unleashed one of its abnormalities upon us. Shannon wanted to visit her friend named Luis, and we tagged along. We soon arrived at Luis's hogan and went inside. Inside, the floor was earthen, lit only by the dim glow of kerosene lamps. It truly was a different way of life out here. Up to that point, I'd never been inside a traditional Navajo hogan, and this was all new and interesting to me. After some time, Lakayla inquired about using the restroom. "You're welcome to use the outhouse around back, but be careful. There have been some sightings of mountain lions recently." Luis handed me a .357 revolver with some rounds to load it with. "You should accompany her, just to be safe." I was enthralled, and I was no stranger to pistols or anything. I loaded the cylinder, closed it up, and before we loaded out, I was ready to go. The starlight illuminated a gravel path leading to the outhouse. I was on high alert the entire time, fully expecting a mountain lion to come ripping around the corner any moment. So I was paying extra attention to my surroundings. I couldn't help but notice that things were quiet. Too quiet, if you ask me. This is typically indicative of, a large predator being around. I gripped the revolver tightly in my hand. Suddenly, I saw something moving through the brush, but it was so dark I couldn't tell if it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. The last thing I wanted to do was blow away someone's dog on a Native American reservation. Another thing I noticed was a distinct odor in the air. It smelled like someone had emptied out a year's worth of bedpans and let it saturate in the hot sun. All in all, it smelled freaking terrible. It's a good thing that I have a strong stomach, or that stench would have put any average man on his butt. Lakayla didn't seem to mind it at all, though she finished up inside and we started heading back. Something darted out of the brush as we were doing so. I raised the revolver, but I didn't shoot it first. I didn't get a good look at it. Still, it ran off quickly. As I stated before, I was a bit apprehensive about carrying a firearm on Navajo land. I didn't want to shoot anything or anyone by accident other than an attacking mountain lion. We returned to the hogan, and I unloaded the revolver and returned it to Louise. Louise had her kids there, and it was a rather small living space. She made us feel welcomed, but I got the sense that she didn't want us to stay there. No sweat, we still had to get to Shannon's mom's house anyway. I should mention that Shannon's mom is Hopi and lives in a separate area of the reservation. To make a long story short, there is no love lost between the Hopi and Navajo tribes. Getting around the reservation can be problematic if you're unfamiliar with the area, and directions from locals could be convoluted.
Well, you take a right here, then there's an old red tire over there, and then you take down that fork, you'll see it in the road, and then you make a left.
So pretty much it's kind of hard to understand what the heck's actually going on. Unfortunately, the Navajo Nation is 27,000 square miles of dirt roads and dry wash arios. It's easy to get lost out there, as there's enough shrubbery to make it impossible to see in any real direction. But even she had struggled to locate the Hopi territory. The road was narrowly lined with pinyon trees and juniper bushes. As we made our way down the road, as I was driving, I kept seeing something move through the brush, keeping pace with us. Suddenly, something came out of the forest and struck the car. Holy crap, what the heck was that? I immediately hit the brakes,
thinking that I might have hit someone. Shannon then leaned forward and grabbed my shoulder.
Do not get out of the car. We need to keep going.
I turned back to look at her.
You don't think I should go check?
My voice stopped. My lip began to involuntarily quiver when I saw something through my back window. It looked like a very tall person, crouching at a somewhat awkward angle. In the faint glow of the taillights, I could see what looked like an animal hide. Then a pair of 2 glowing eyes came into view.
Oh, hell no,
I said, and slammed down on the gas pedal and peeled out of there. When I looked into the rear view mirror, my worst fears came true. There was a massive creature chasing after the car, gaining on us. I knew I was not going crazy when I saw something earlier. The thing then leaped up into the air and disappeared from view, but I instantly knew where it was going to end up. I slammed on the brakes before the creature landed directly in front of us. As it stood to its feet, all 3 of us got a good look at its form. It appeared to be a cross between a mountain lion and some sort of human. Its bottom half resembled a pair of human legs, surmounted by a muscular torso that wore black and red markings. Its chest and torso were quite muscular. Its animalistic face leered at us with a pair of ethereal white eyes, bearing a row of sharp canines at us. It was almost grinning at us, if that makes sense.
We have to get out of here.
Shannon screamed as I threw the car into reverse, almost swerving off the road before quickly maneuvering the vehicle to face the opposite direction. A little trick I learned during my park ranger training. It's good to know if you need to back out of somewhere quickly, you can. As we flew back down the road, I kept looking in the rear view mirror to see if that thing was still following us, but there was nothing, which was almost as unnerving. We finally got back to the highway that led to Tuba City. I think we lost it, I said as I took a left onto the road. But to my absolute horror, I saw something running through the forest alongside us. Now that we were back on a paved road, albeit one that was full of potholes and rocks, I was able to pick up enough speed to outrun the creature. However, it left us with a parting gift. Just before we left it in the dust, it emerged from the forest once more and struck the car again, almost causing us to spin out into a ditch. But as I was able to stabilize the car, I am certain the same chill felt crawl down each of our spines when it let out a loud, angry wail that could be heard over the car's engine with the windows rolled up. I've been through some real scary times in my life, but nothing has ever put the fear of God in me like that sound did. We finally made it out to Tuba City, and I don't think I slowed down one time that entire trip. We stopped at a gas station before driving the long way to Hopi territory. When we arrived at Shannon's mother's house, Shannon told her what had happened, speaking in hushed tones. Lakaila and I weren't sure what to do or say. We'd come face to face with an ancient creature known as a skinwalker. Not too many folks lived to tell the tale about it. Shannon's mom burnt some sage and prayed for us, but I don't think we slept a wink that night. Now, before I jump right into this next story, it's a long one. I had to connect several theories, several crimes, and several murders over several different years to be able to put this together for you. It does end up in the Redwood State Park, and I promise you it will end up in the woods at some point. But there's a few things we have to cover in the beginning so you understand why this is such a big deal and how many serial killers actually roam the woods of our great country. It could be argued that a reign of terror began in California in the late 1960s. In the South, the summer of 1969 saw the Manson family murders in Los Angeles. This included the infamous home invasion, in which actress Sharon Tate and 4 others were killed at knife or gunpoint. Tate was 8.5 months pregnant when she died. Northern California was rocked by the homicides and serial killings around the same time. This is the subject of today's video. The mysterious Zodiac killer murdered 5 people and wounded 2 others in and around San Francisco. David Faraday and Betty Jensen were fatally shot in December 1968. They were a young couple, both under the age of 18 years old. The killer shot another couple in July of 1969, 19-year-old Michael Mago and 20-year-old Darlene Ferrin. Mago survived, but Ferrin sadly died from her injuries.
20-year-old Brian Hartnell and 22-year-old Cecilia Shepard were stabbed in September of the same year. Hartnell survived, but Shepard passed away 2 days after the attack. The killer's next victim was Paul Stein, a 29-year-old taxi driver. He was shot nearly 2 weeks after the assault on Hartnell and Shepard. The Zodiac Killer is suspected of other murders. He would contact the media to take credit for over 37 murders, but investigators don't agree on whether he was actually the perpetrator. The Zodiac Killer was never caught, and his identity remains unknown to this day. He is believed to be a white male based on multiple witness statements. San Francisco is about 70 miles north of Santa Cruz. The Zodiac murders were probably too close for comfort for many Santa Cruzans. Others might have been relieved to have a distance between them and this vicious killer. Little did they know, though, Santa Cruz was about to fall victim to a killing spree of its own. The extent of it would be dubbed the murder capital of the world. The Ota Residence, October 19th, 1970. On October 19th, 1970, firefighters responded to reports of a blaze in the coastal town of Sokol. The burning building has a custom-built Japanese-inspired mansion, home to eye surgeon Dr. Victor Ota and his family. 2 cars belonging to Ota and his secretary blocked access to the property. These were parked there by the killer. Once on the scene, emergency responders set out to tackle the blaze. One firefighter was searching for a fire hydrant to attach another hose when his flashlight caught something floating in the swimming pool. He took a closer look and then discovered 5 bodies in the water. The victims were identified as Dr. Victor Ota, his wife Virginia, their 2 sons, 12-year-old Derek and 11-year-old Taggart, and Victor's secretary, Dorothy Cadwallader. They were bound with silk scarves and shot to death, execution style. A note was found tucked beneath the windshield wiper of the family's Rolls Royce. The killer typed it out using Dr. Ota's very own typewriter. The note claimed that the people of the free universe would kill anyone who misuses or destroys the natural environment. The police appealed to the public for any information. They received numerous responses about a man in his mid-20s named John Lindley Frazier. He lived in a small shack about a half of a mile away from the Ota residence. He was known for telling anyone who would listen that he had been selected by God to save the environment, and rich men like Victor Ota were destroying the world. Frazier was arrested in his shack 4 days after the Ota murders. He was deemed legally sane and stood trial for 5 counts of murder. On his first day in court, he turned up with shaggy hair and a long beard on one side of his face, and a head free of hair and nothing else, even the eyebrow was missing, on the other side. He later fully shaved his head following advice from his attorney. On November 21st, 1971, he was found guilty and sentenced to death. This would be changed to life imprisonment in 1972 after the death penalty was abolished in California. Frazier took his own life in Mule Creek State Prison in 2009. The Ota's 2 teenage daughters were away at boarding school, luckily. The eldest sadly ended her own life 7 years later, though. In the days between the Ota murders and Frazier's arrest, several locals admitted to feeling afraid and sleeping with loaded guns. Unfortunately, though, this was just the beginning. Marianne Pesk and Anita Lucchesa, May 7th, 1972. On May 7th, 1972, 18-year-old Fresno State University students Marianne Pesk and Anita Lucchesa went missing. They planned to hitchhike to Stanford to visit friends and were reported missing when they never turned up. Marianne's skull was discovered 3 months later on the Loma Prieta mountain. A subsequent search failed to locate further remains or any sign of Anita. Aiko Koo, September 14th, 1972. And just a month later, in September, 15-year-old Aiko Koo went missing on her way to a dance class. Her mother had advised her to take the bus because she was concerned about her daughter's hitchhiking habit. Mrs. Koo suspected Aiko must have hitchhiked after missing the bus, but the police said it was more likely that Aiko had run away. Mrs. Koo printed and distributed flyers, but nobody came forward with any information. She was convinced foul play was involved. It's likely some investigators agreed to an extent considering the death of Mary Ann, but the police seemed intent on pursuing the teen runaway theory. Lawrence Whitey White, October 13th, 1972. On October 13th, 55-year-old Lawrence Whitey White was beaten to death with a baseball bat. His body was discovered the next day in the woods near Highway 9. Now, this is very brief, but it might play into the actual serial killer theory a little bit later. Mary Guilfoyle, October 24th, 1972. On October 24th, 24-year-old student Mary Guilfoyle went missing after attempting to hitchhike near Cabrillo College. Her skeletonized body was discovered in the Santa Cruz Mountains almost 4 months later, relatively close to where Mary Ann Pesk's skull was found. Father Henry Tomei, November 2nd, 1972. On November 2nd, 64-year-old Catholic priest Father Henry Tomei was stabbed and stomped to death at St. Mary's Church in Los Gatos. His body was found in the confessional booth. A witness saw the attacker fleeing the church but having only glimpsed enough to describe him as a tall, thin man. This, of course, didn't give investigators much to go on. The police initially suspected it was a robbery gone wrong. Cindy Shaw, January 7th, 1973. The murders continued into the new year. On January 7th, 1973, 18-year-old Cabrillo College student Cynthia Cindy Shaw went missing. Over the following 2 weeks, various people stumbled across dismembered body parts. Only the right hand and head were never recovered. Fingerprints from the left hand confirmed Shaw's identity. X-rays of the severed torso also matched Shaw's X-rays from the previous year. Cabrillo College and UCSC, the University of California, Santa Cruz, students were warned against hitchhiking because it seemed female hitchhikers were being targeted. UCSC students were advised to travel in pairs, always tell someone where they were going, and catch the bus even when it's inconvenient. Students were also told to wave at campus patrol cars if they needed a ride. Staff would be willing to give them a lift because of the recent murders. Jim and Joan Gianera. On the 25th of January, 25-year-old Jim Gianera and his 21-year-old wife Joan were shot dead in their home on Western Drive. Jim had a history of disturbing narcotics, so investigators assumed the murders were connected to drugs and failed to link this crime to the previous murders. Fortunately, the Gianera's child was with Joan's mother that night and survived. Kathy Francis, David Hughes, Damon Francis. January 25th, 1973. That very same day, 29-year-old Kathy Hughes and her 2 sons, 9-year-old David Hughes and 4-year-old Damon Francis, were fatally shot in their home on Mystery Shot Road. Kathy's husband, who was away at the time of the shooting, also dealt drugs, plus their house was previously occupied by Jim Gianera. So these murders were again assumed to be related to narcotics of some kind. Rosalind Thorpe and Allison Louis. On February 5th, 2 UCSC students, 23-year-old Rosalind Thorpe and 20-year-old Allison Louis, disappeared. Both women were reported missing the next day. Their friends feared the worst and searched the woods but found no sign of them. And now we finally come upon where you all have been waiting for. The Henry Cowell Redwood State Park murders. February 10th, 1973. On February 10th, 4 teenage friends were camping at Henry Cowell Redwood State Park. The park is situated between the cities of Santa Cruz and Scotts Valley near the town of Felton. The main section of the park contains over 15 miles of hiking trails, which some have led to lonely beaches along the San Lorenzo River. Other paths boast breathtaking views of the Santa Cruz Mountains. It's ordinarily a beautiful place to enjoy nature, but in February 1973, 9-year-old Brian Scott Card, 18-year-olds David Oliker and Robert Spector, and 15-year-old Mark Drybelbis were fatally shot with a .22 caliber pistol. After the media descended, District Attorney Peter Chang was heard muttering, "This must be Murdersville, USA." Several news outlets reported him referring to Santa Cruz as the murder capital of the world. Chang claimed he was misquoted, but considering the disturbing amount of high numbers of recent murders, in which victims were often seemingly targeted at random, many Santa Cruzans were understandably frightened. The last few years had indeed felt like living in the murder capital of the world. As a side note, Henry Cowell Redwood State Park became a serial killer's hunting ground once again in 1981 when David Carpenter shot a couple who were hiking. The male victim survived, but the female was fatally wounded. Fred Perez, February 13th, 1973, 3 days after the campers were killed in the park, 72-year-old Fred Perez was weeding in front of his yard, outside of his home in Lighthouse Avenue, when a car passed, circled back, and then pulled over nearby. The driver got out, seemingly at random, and fatally shot Perez with a rifle in broad daylight. Neighbors and witnesses recorded the shooter's license plate. This led to a suspect being stopped and arrested shortly after the shooting. The man's name was Herbert Mullen. Herbert Mullen was born April 18th, 1947. He was popular at school growing up. At home, his father was reportedly strict but not abusive. When Mullen was 16, he was voted most likely to succeed by his classmates. However, he also began to struggle around this time. One of his close friends died in a car accident. Mullen made shrines to his friend and began to obsess over various things, including reincarnation. He also started hearing voices. By his mid-20s, he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and had been repeatedly admitted to mental health facilities. When he wasn't in a hospital, his use of LSD and marijuana might have amplified his symptoms. With Mullen in custody, the police were able to question him and learn more about his crimes and motivations. Mullen's birthday fell on the anniversary of the 1906 San Francisco earthquake. He believed this meant he was responsible for preventing further quakes, and the human bloodshed that he would subsequently go after would prevent these natural disasters. He said the Vietnam War averted earthquakes on American soil, but with the war ending for Americans, more deaths would be required to prevent another quake. He heard voices reinforcing this message. Often, this was the voice of his father. Mullen pretended he had car trouble when he came across Lawrence White on the highway. White offered to help him in exchange for a ride. Mullen said White sent telepathic messages offering himself as a sacrifice so the others could be saved. Mullen claimed his father telepathically instructed him to kill Mary Guilfoyle. He picked her up when she was hitchhiking and then stabbed her through the chest while driving. He then sliced open her body looking for pollution, removing her organs and hanging them on tree branches for examination. Having doubts about his actions, he visited Father Henry Tomei to confess. As with Lawrence White, Mullen allegedly believed the priest offered himself as a sacrifice. Tomei was stabbed and beaten to death in his confessional booth. In early 1973, Mullen blamed his former drug use for his problems. He went to confront Jim Gianera, one of his high school classmates who had given him drugs back in the day. Mullen went to Gianera's former residence, where a woman named Kathy Francis answered the door. She told him the Gianeras lived down the road now. At the correct house, Mullen shot Jim Gianera, who crawled to tell his wife Joan to lock herself in the bathroom, but Mullen kicked down the door before shooting her too. Both Gianeras died from their injuries. Thankfully, their child was at Joan's mother's house that night. Mullen returned to the Francis household where he shot Kathy and her 2 sons, allegedly believing Kathy telepathically offered herself and her children as sacrifices. Although there are some disputes over whether he murdered Kathy and her sons before leaving to kill the Gianeras. The following month, Mullen was hiking in Henry Cowell Redwood State Park when he came across 4 friends who were camping illegally. He pretended to be a park ranger and told them to leave because they were polluting the forest. He later returned and shot them with a .22 caliber pistol because they were still there. He took their .22 caliber rifle, which he used to kill Fred Perez in broad daylight a few days later, leading to his arrest. But some press outlets reported that Mullen was not only known to Jim Gianera, but also to Fred Perez and Kathy Francis's widower. It is unclear how well acquainted they actually were. In August 1973, Mullen was sentenced to life imprisonment. He was denied parole 8 times and remained incarcerated until his death in August of 2022. He died of natural causes at the age of 75. In the immediate aftermath of Mullen's arrest, many Santa Cruzans breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the killer was caught and the worst was over. Mullen's victims differed in age, gender, race, and religion. His methods and weapons also varied. Most of the victims were shot, but some were stabbed and or beaten. This is why investigators struggled to connect his crimes prior to his arrest. If Mullen hadn't confessed, it's possible we wouldn't have linked him to many of these murders. Mary Guilfoyle was the only female hitchhiker Mullen confessed to killing. Some people thought, or perhaps hoped, Mullen was also responsible for abducting the other hitchhikers. But a few days after Mullen's arrest, road workers stumbled upon human remains just off Eden Canyon Road in Castro Valley. At first, the workers thought they were looking at discarded mannequins, but they soon realized they had found 2 headless and dismembered corpses. The bodies were later identified as Allison Louis and Rosalind Thorpe. Panic erupted, with people asking how bodies were still turning up if Mullen was off the streets. District Attorney Peter Chang replied, "We then have another homicidal maniac." Thorpe and Louis went missing before Mullen's arrest, so his involvement wasn't impossible. But both women had been sexually violated, as had Cindy Shaw. This, along with the dismembering, wasn't consistent with Mullen's usual MO. There wasn't much doubt at this point that 2 serial killers had been stalking Santa Cruz at the same time, and only one of them was in custody currently. Chang did try to imply out-of-town killers could be using Santa Cruz as a dumping ground, but this didn't really make sense because the victims were all local college students. When an acquaintance calls. In late April 1973, the Santa Cruz Police Department received a call made from a phone back in Pueblo, Colorado. The caller confessed to killing his mother and her best friend. Recognizing the voice as belonging to a local man named Big Ed, the police laughed and told him to stop messing with them. Big Ed, full name Edmund Kemper, called again a few hours later, and this time, the call led to his arrest. He confessed to murdering a further 6 women: Mary Ann Pesk, Anita Lucchesa, Aiko Koo, Cindy Shaw, Rosalind Thorpe, and Allison Louis. Edmund Kemper was born December 18, 1948. He was known to torture insects as a child, and he killed 2 family cats before dismembering one and decapitating the other. His mother, Clarnell, struggled with alcohol addiction. She often abused and belittled Edmund, her only son. This included mocking him for his height. He was 6'4", telling him no one would ever love him, and locking him in the basement because she feared he would hurt and molest his sisters. The abuse worsened after his parents split in 1957, and his father, who he was close to, moved out. Edmund was later sent to live with his paternal grandparents. He didn't enjoy this time with them. He said his grandfather was senile and his grandmother emasculated both him and his grandfather. At the age of 15, he shot his grandmother with a rifle following an argument. His grandparents had previously confiscated the rifle after Edmund used it to needlessly shoot animals. His grandmother's last words were reportedly, "You'd better not be shooting the birds again." When his grandfather returned home from a grocery run, Edmund fatally shot him in the driveway. He later said, "I just wondered how it would feel to shoot Grandma," and claimed he killed his grandfather so he wouldn't have to learn about his dead wife. Kemper was arrested and later diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. He was sent to Estacadero State Hospital for the criminally insane. He was released on parole into the care of his mother, and on his 21st birthday, he was a free man.
Clarnell, had married and divorced while Edmund was in hospital, so she now had the last name Strandberg. She worked as an administrative assistant at the University of California, Santa Cruz. Edmund's juvenile record was expunged after psychiatrists deemed him rehabilitated. He aspired to work in law enforcement, but he was rejected because, being 6'9", he was considered too tall to be a police officer. Despite this, he was well liked by local police officers. He frequented bars where they hung out. One officer gave him a police academy trainee's badge. During this time, his home life remained turbulent. His neighbors often heard him embroiled in loud arguments with his mother. He moved out after saving some money, but would often return to his mother's home due to financial difficulties. He took to driving around university areas frequented by young female hitchhikers. He claimed he picked up upwards of 150 women and drove them to their destination. These weren't quite the uneventful rides most of his passengers thought they would have, though, because Kemper hid weapons in the car and attempted to lock passengers in without them noticing. A woman seemed reluctant to travel with a giant lone man. He would look at his watch, feigning impatience. This usually worked because it pressured the women to make a quick decision and gave the impression he didn't care one way or another about giving them a ride. He picked up Marianne and Anita, offering to take them to Stanford, but instead he took them to an isolated area in the woods in Alameda where he stabbed them and strangled them to death. Anita was locked in the trunk while he first killed Marianne. He took the bodies home, getting pulled over by the police on the way for a broken taillight. The officer didn't detect anything else was amiss, and Kemper was sent on his way. Back at his apartment, he did terrible things to the bodies and photographed the corpses. He then dismembered the bodies and discarded them in the mountains. Aiko Koo and Cindy Shaw were killed and violated in a very similar way. Kemper buried Cindy's head in his mother's garden facing her bedroom because his mother always wanted people to look up to her. He would often assault and do very unfortunate things to these severed heads of the victims repeatedly before disposing of them. Rosalind Thorpe and Alice Lee were abducted, murdered, and violated after struggling to get home on public transport. They accepted Kemper's offer of a ride because he had a UCSC sticker on his car. The advice the university issued to students claimed drivers with stickers would get them to their destination safely. Kemper was able to obtain a sticker because his mother worked at the university. Thorpe was picked up first, so Louis was probably reassured by both the sticker and another woman being in the car. But Kemper was able to overpower both victims with his strength and size. On April 20th, 1973, Kemper bludgeoned his mother with a claw hammer while she slept and slit her throat with a penknife. He dismembered the body, violated the severed head before using it as a dartboard. He put his mother's corpse in a closet and went out to a bar. After returning home, he invited his mother's 59-year-old friend Sally Hallett over to watch a movie, but strangled her to death when she arrived. He fled to Colorado thinking he would be a prime suspect in his mother's murder. When there was no mention of it on the radio, he realized the bodies might not have been found yet. He stopped at a payphone and confessed. He later said he called the police because the original purpose was gone, and he was, at that point, too tired to keep going on. He was tried in October 1973. He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, but psychiatrists deemed him legally sane because he showed signs of malice intent, and that he was aware that his crimes were wrong. On November 8th, he was sentenced to 7 to life for each of the 8 murders, to be served subsequently. He's been repeatedly denied parole over the years, and remains at the California Medical Facility in Vacaville, where he narrated hundreds of audiobooks as part of the prisoner program. He is currently 74 and eligible to reapply for parole next year. At one point, Kemper and Mullen were actually incarcerated at the same prison. Kemper said he hated Mullen, calling Mullen a cold-blooded killer who murdered people for no good reason. He didn't believe Mullen heard voices telling him to kill his victims. Kemper also claims he trained Mullen to stop bothering people when they were watching TV by throwing water on him when he was being annoying and giving him peanuts when he was quiet. It's likely Kemper was bullying Mullen to some extent considering the size difference between the two men. Kemper also has a very high IQ, so he would be capable of outsmarting most of his fellow inmates. And that there is the story of how 2 serial killers simultaneously were killing people, leaving their bodies all over the cities, all in the woods, and even killing people in state parks. Now, I do have plans to cover an actual state park killer very, very soon, but I wanted to cover this story because I felt like it would be fun. It's definitely a classic, and I know a lot of people have been requesting more wilderness crime type stuff. Now, I do have more coming soon. They will be more in-depth, but it does take time, and I do appreciate all of your patience. Thank you so much for supporting The Swamp, and I'll see you next time with another creepy episode. Our hunting trip didn't go well, by Sarah Jane. I remember it like yesterday. Even though it's been almost a year, my friends and I had planned a hunting trip for turkey deep in the woods of northern Michigan. We had gone on many hunts before, but this one was different. Something was off from the moment we arrived at the campsite. We set up camp and started our hunt early the following day. We were deep in the woods and it was eerily quiet. We could hear each other's breath and the crunching of the leaves beneath our feet. I was leading the way when I saw something move in the distance. It was a turkey, and I signaled to my friends to follow me quietly. We were stalking the turkey for quite some time when we finally came across what looked to be a clearing. The turkey was out there, and we were finally close enough to take a shot. I raised my shotgun and aimed, but the turkey moved as I pulled the trigger and missed. I could hear my friends laughing behind me, but something strange happened. The turkey didn't fly away like they usually would. Instead, it just stood there, staring at us both with its beady eyes. Then, all of a sudden, the turkey started to grow. It got bigger and bigger until it was almost as tall as a man. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I looked over at my friends who were just as scared as I was to make sure they were seeing the same thing. We slowly started to back away from the turkey, but it didn't move. It just stood there, staring at us. That's when we heard it, a loud growling noise coming from the trees. We all froze, not sure what to do. Then out of nowhere, a pack of wolves appeared. They snarled and bared their teeth. We knew we were in trouble, and we started to run, but the wolves were way too fast in circling us. They were closing in on us fast, and we could hear their hot breath on our heels. We kept running until we came across a small cave. We dove inside and huddled together, hoping the wolves wouldn't find us. We waited for quite some time in that cave, listening to the wolves howling outside. Eventually, the noise died down and we knew leaving would be safe. We emerged from the shelter and returned to camp. But there were always different areas to hunt after that, obviously, and that's where we would go from now on. Now, whenever I go hunting, I just can't shake that feeling that something is watching me. I'm just absolutely terrified, and Mother Nature definitely threw me through a loop that night. I don't know what that turkey thing was though, and if anybody has any idea of what that might have been, please explain it to us. I should explain that I was sober of mind. We don't drink, we don't smoke, we don't do anything like that. A Backwoods Hunting Secret by According Ticket 6634. In the fall of 1998, I went to Somerset, Vermont to go camping along the Somerset River and maybe do a little hunting. There's a forest road that runs up to an airfield with free dispersed campsites. It was first come first serve, and in summertime it would be packed with kids partying and living their best lives. Still, my girlfriend and I planned this trip in the fall because the fall leaves in Vermont are something special to see, and we knew the campground would be empty in the middle of the work week during the off-season. I set up our tent and we walked around the woods, down to the river, and just enjoyed the season's natural beauty. Eventually we lay in the tent, talking as the sun went down, and drifted off to sleep. The next day I planned on waking up early and trying to bag some quail. Sometime in the night though, I woke up to 2 voices outside of our tent. It sounded like 2 men whispering to each other, but it wasn't English. I couldn't quite distinguish what they were saying, but distinctly I heard 2 male voices. Suddenly, there was a long, low whistle from off in the distance, and I heard one of the men click in acknowledgement. Everything went pretty quiet after that. I did wait until sunrise and went outside the tent and looked around.
I didn't see anyone. My heart was pounding in my chest and I was wide awake at this point. I woke my girlfriend up and we left. I still wonder what those guys were doing, where they came from, and why they were so close to our campsite, using whistling and clicking noises only, and some strange language that I'm pretty sure is not Spanish or anything else. The Somerset campground is far off the beaten path. I didn't hear or see any signs of a vehicle. So I decided not to go hunting because I was kind of freaked out if these people would be hanging around in the trees somewhere. Rural Vermont has a lot of strange legends and folklore. Years after this happened, I learned about the Bennington Triangle and the disappearances of people in the 1950s. I left that state and joined the army a few months later. I've only been back to Vermont a few times since that, but I've yet to camp or hunt there again. My Last Day Alligator Hunting by Cajun Rebel 88. I can still feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins as I recall the terrifying experience of almost being killed by an alligator while on a hunting trip. It was a humid summer evening, and my friends and I were excitedly preparing our gear for the alligator trip we had planned for weeks. As a group of experienced hunters, we knew the necessary risks and precautions. We loaded our boats with the required equipment and headed to go set our lines. Now, we didn't live in Louisiana or anything like that, but this was something on our hunting bucket list that we wanted to do for a long time, so I guess we weren't quite ready for what the swamp had in store for us. As we moved further into the murky waters, we spotted a massive alligator lurking nearby. My heart raced with excitement because I thought it might be on one of our poles. We had our gun ready and we pulled in closer. But as we got in close to grab the line, it suddenly lunged at us, and I felt my world spin out of control. The ferocity of this attack was like nothing I had ever experienced before. Being a natural bow hunter, this was definitely something that was not in my natural range of skills. The alligator's massive jaws clamped down on our boat, almost flipping it over. My friend and I were thrown around like rag dolls as we struggled to stay afloat. It was a blur of teeth, claws, and desperation as we fought for our lives. I don't remember much after that. I just remember shooting, hearing shots, and then me going a bit hazy and everything got blurred because pain and fear took over. But somehow we managed to escape with our lives. Our boat was pretty mangled up and we didn't suffer anything super severe injury-wise, and we were all alive. I think the worst was just a mild concussion. The rest of the trip was a blur of terror and anxiety trying to get up and out of that swamp. We all vowed to never underestimate the power of these beasts again, and we had never hunted in the swamp since. Yet, as I sit here, months later recounting this experience, I can still feel the fear and the adrenaline pumping through my veins. Setting alligator lines might seem simple on those shows when you're watching them, but it's an absolute adventure, somewhere where you're never truly safe. It's such a wild and unpredictable ride. I'm just glad we got out of there safely and we didn't lose any limbs, but it could have gone much worse. About 5 years back, my dad wanted to take me on a hunting trip. We also brought our dog. My dad got us to our getaway home in the Carpathians, and we were going to spend 4 days there. This was in the fall. The first day wasn't so bad because we just ate and watched movies, but we hiked up the mountain the second day to set up camp for hunting. The night of day 2 came, and we had our night vision goggles on. My dad had those and he's a badass for that. We also had hunting rifles and the like. We were posted up on a hill surveying the area for game. It got suspicious out there when out of nowhere we heard the loudest scream I have ever heard in my life. It sounded far away, but it came from just down the mountain. Scared absolutely crapless, the both of us could not make it back to the cabin because of the rain, so we stayed at the camp and slept it out. I could barely sleep. My dad brought the dog to his tent, so I was alone in mine. About 4 a.m, I hear sticks breaking outside my tent. Then, right outside of my tent, I hear rustling. I'm nearly about to pee myself, and I heard a loud breathing and groaning sound for about an hour before it randomly stopped.
The following day, my dad told me he listened to the whole thing and we both agreed to go back to the cabin. On day 3, we were surveying the area again, as there was a deer we spotted eating breakfast. My dad went back to track it and told me to stay with the dog, so I did. It was when I was alone that things really got wild. I was sitting in the driveway and we heard a loud bang from the cabin, and jumped up from my seat and ran inside the house with my gun. What I saw absolutely horrified me. The front window was smashed. I found nothing inside either. When my dad got back, he thought maybe some guy threw a rock at the house, but I told him there wasn't a brick or a stone or anything, and he didn't believe me. On the night of day 3, I sat upstairs looking out the window with the goggles on, and suddenly I thought I saw something moving like 30 feet away in the trees. I took out the video camera we used for the deer and zoomed in with it. I checked the footage in the morning and it was too dark to really see anything, but I transferred it to my phone and brightened it, and I could kind of see something. It kind of looked like a person, at least the outline of them. They were cloaked really well, but you could kind of see wrinkly legs, and what looked like eyes that appeared in the footage. They just stood amongst the trees and shuffled off, looking directly at the camera seemingly. As the night of day 4 came, things seemingly calmed down, but I was still too scared to really go outside. The dog was still out there though and started barking like crazy and ran into the grove at some point. We never saw our dog again, unfortunately. My dad refuses to talk about this trip at family gatherings, and honestly, I just hope this story can help people and hopefully maybe figure out what the heck this was. So my buddies and I decided to go to a camping and hunting trip. Jeff decided we were going to go camping and we were headed out to the mountains of West Virginia for turkey hunting. My buddy owns this cabin and guys, it's fantastic. 2 rooms, a kitchen with a 19th century wood stove and an oven, and a back room with 2 bunk beds. I have lived there full time before, and it's just a lot of fun. We all brought turkey guns, basic 12 gauges, Mossbergs and Remingtons, and of course our wealthy friend got a Bernelli M4 because he's not the brightest and it's all he had, quote unquote. But we also took others. I took my Ruger, AR-556, a base model AR-15, and my Glock 19X. Why? 'Cause why not? I'm in the mountains, and I'm probably never gonna see a turkey. Might as well just target shoot. Day 1, we drink. That had always been the intention. Turkey schmirky. We brought 6 cases of Miller High Life. Now I know it's not the best beer, but it is what we could afford. We also had a case of 1.5-liter bottles of Old Granddad. Now, I know what you're thinking. Drinking whiskey and beer along with guns is not a good mixture, but we don't mess around with guns when we drink. Now, after a beer or 2, yeah, we'll do some target shooting, but when the whiskey comes out, the guns go away. Shortly after those escapades, we all relieved our bladders and went to bed. Day 2. We had phones but no service, so we turned them off to conserve battery. It was around 11 a.m. when I first woke up. There was shuffling and scratching outside. I blinked around and I looked around my space as my eyes adjusted. I saw Kyle on the floor, Alex on the bottom bunk, and Jeff in the bottom bunk across the room. I glanced out the window and I saw something. It's hard to explain, and the easiest way to describe it is to say that it was a shadow. Just a shadow. So I went back to sleep. As day 2 actually began to start, we woke up, dressed in our hunting garb, and cooked eggs. God-tier sausage gravy on the antique stove like real men. As bad as the story gets, the breakfast was actually terrific. We got our turkey guns, all legal loadout, but for some reason I can't explain why, I had 5 00 buckshot shells in my pocket. Sun comes up and there's no turkeys. The sun starts to go down and still no turkeys. We decide to call it a day and grab some drinks. Less than 5 minutes from the cabin, we hear this roar. All 4 of us drop to the ground like some troglodyte instinct type stuff. We tried to get to cover from whatever this thing was. We gather up and Jeff says,
I have no idea where that bear is, but it's got to be close. Stay low, stay quiet, and move quickly.
We all nod and I pump the turkey load out of my gun. Every single pump sounded like a gunshot to me, and after every shot shell I loaded made the loudest clunk I had ever heard. We make our way back to the cabin, and I immediately give my 12 gauge to Jeff and pick up my car. It was just a bear. It was just a bear. It was just a bear. We all knew that was no damn bear. After nothing seemingly happened for about an hour, we emptied the 00 buckshot out of my Mossberg and put it in Alex's Bernelli. We were freaked out, but we were just hoping for the best. Night 2. We were all very well freaked out, but we were all well armed inside, and nothing else had happened for quite some time. We had water and we had beer. Eventually nature called, and the cabin only had an outhouse. "Don't be scared, go pee." That was the last thing I ever said to Alex. We watched it happen. Worse, we heard it. We opened the window facing the outhouse to cover him. It was a half joke, you know? Nothing was supposed to happen. Nothing was going to happen. We watched him walk towards the outhouse, and whatever this was leaped on him. A shadow, a void, leapt on top of Alex and began tearing. My hobby is shooting, and I'm great at it. It took me a second to recover from the shock, and I opened fire. I hit this thing with every freaking shot, and it did not matter. It didn't matter enough. It drug Alex away screaming until a savage crunch ended the screams. The three of us stayed up all night, guns pointed out the doors and windows. Pretty sure we had all pissed ourselves at some point. I know I did. Day 3. We ventured out. Guns were drawn. We aren't military trained, so it probably looked more like MEAL Team 6 instead of SEAL Team 6. I'm still crying. We circle back to the outhouse in a loose triangle formation, and there is a lot of blood, a trail leading into the woods. We packed up our stuff and drove back to town. It took 2 hours driving until our phones got a signal. We called 911 and told them everything that had happened. They never found Alex's body besides the blood, and everybody says it was just a crazy bear attack. And maybe it was, but that must be one juggernaut of a bear. Let me start by saying that this is a true story that happened to me when I was 13 years old. I'm now 27. Whether you believe it or not is up to you entirely. My dad used to be part of a small hunting club in Alabama, just a handful of guys he grew up with. Once a year he would drive to the small town of Elba to camp for a few days and go hunting. The club owned a few different areas of land around the city, and club members would go tracking there. One of these pieces of land was nicknamed the cemetery because it had a cemetery. Nothing creepy about the cemetery in particular. It was in the woods and the graves were of an enslaver. Now in this area of land nicknamed the cemetery, there are 5 or 6 green fields, a cleared out piece with no trees, grass, and a buck hut to hunt in. A buck hut is a treehouse you sit in and wait to walk out into the green field. This evening, we were going to hunt on the Greenfield 1. The plot is directly behind the old cemetery. The evening started off normal enough. My dad parked the truck and we walked down the trail to the buck hut. We climbed up and started to wait and watch the woods. Some time passed and my dad said he was going to go for a short walk to see if he may see any deer on the trail. Keep in mind I'm only about 13 years old at the time. It's not that big of a deal as I've hunted by myself before, and I'm not afraid of being alone in the woods. Besides, it was still pretty light out. So I said okay and he climbed down. It was just me, my .32 caliber Marlin rifle, the grass field in front of me, and the dense woods around me. This is where things start to get strange. I sat there for what felt like an eternity. It was now almost twilight, and I was starting to grow concerned for my dad because he had still not come back. I was worried that something might have happened to him. Even though he's an experienced hunter, I worried that he may have been lost or gotten hurt somewhere on the trail. The woods had been dead silent though, and I know he would probably shoot off a warning shot if he was lost. I tried to rationalize and figured maybe he had found a decent spot that he wanted to hunt until twilight or dusk hour of the day because that's prime time for hunting. So I focused my attention on the grass field in front of me, just watching and listening and waiting for a deer to walk out in the field as the light of the day began to fade. Just then, across the field, I saw and heard some brush moving and breaking. The thought did cross my mind that it could be my dad, but for some reason I just highly doubted it. There was just no way it could be him. That would be incredibly dangerous and stupid. I raised up my rifle and pulled back the hammer, aimed it at the moving brush, and patiently waited for what I hoped was a deer to walk out. But instead of a deer, a girl floated out of the woods and onto the grassy field. She was transparent white with long flowing dress and long white hair. She floated from one side of the field to the other and disappeared back into the woods. I watched for what felt like a minute or two, but I couldn't tell you exactly how long it was. I could not believe my freaking eyes. I was petrified for some reason. Now, I wanted my dad back here as soon as possible. A short time passed and it's now pitch freaking black outside. I'm still alone, and my concern for my dad turned into pure panic. But I was too afraid to yell or look for him in the pitch black woods where I had just seen it. I sat there for hours, terrified and alone in the darkness. Thankfully, he finally returned. He acted as if he had not been gone long at all, and I asked him where he went, and he said he just went for a short walk up the trail, turned around and came back. The timeline made no sense. He was gone for hours. It was unlike him to leave me alone for that long. He was adamant that he had only been gone for 30 minutes. We walked down the trail back to his truck, and I couldn't get out of there fast enough. The whole experience still confuses me to this day. What did I see that day? A ghost of an old slave? Maybe one of the enslavers buried in the woods behind me? Something was definitely off about it, though. Did my dad go through some sort of time warp and time sped up? I don't know. I just never want to go hunting there again, and I don't plan on returning. I'm a hunter up here in Minnesota. I'm in a town not far north of Mille Lacs Lake. I have a handful of stories detailing freaky incidents that have taken place on hunts. Here's the first. One season, I was deep in the woods on a snowmobile trail. When I hunt, I typically carry my .30-06, a knife, and a backpack. I feel confident in the woods, but this season I had some concerns. The deer population seemed a bit lower on our property recently, and we knew there were wolves around because you find their tracks everywhere, not to mention being able to hear them howl at night. But luckily, they typically don't mess with people. But as I was scanning for deer tracks in the dirt, I found a different set of tracks that stood out to me. They looked like canine, minus the nail marks, and they were a bit wider. The paw on it looked to be about a 150-pound animal or so. Then it clicked that this was probably a feline track, a big one, and fresh. I knew there were bobcats around, but they definitely didn't get that big. So the next logical step is to assume that maybe there was a cougar in the area. I decided to double back. So I'm heading back east on the trail when my dad calls and asks me to do a push through the woods towards his stand. So I say sure. At this point, his stand is maybe 500 meters through the thick woods from me, and I'm concerned about the large predator nearby. But I also know that I'm 6'4", about 190 pounds, before even putting on my gear. Statistically speaking, cougars don't tend to attack healthy adult men. So I pushed forward. I get about halfway to the other stand when I get concerned because I lost my marker. I stop to try to regain my bearings, and then it hits me. Something in my gut tells me, you are being watched. Then I noticed how still the woods were, deathly quiet. Then, I hear the dreaded branch snap, about 20 meters behind me. I ready my rifle and scan in a circle, but only the trees and brush are what I see. I wait, and it's just way too quiet. So I push forward towards my dad's stand. The whole time I hear something not far behind me that's quietly keeping pace. Eventually, I stopped hearing it and the woods went back to normal with the birds singing and whatnot. Then I stepped out onto a trail about 40 meters from my dad's stand. I suspect it was the cougar that made the tracks. My guess is that it thought I would put up too much of a fight, or it caught my dad's scent and chose to back off. I never did see it, but something was following me. The second story. This happened about 2 years ago. I decided to take my fiancé hiking after work one evening in the park with some nice bluffs to climb for a great view.
If I'm honest, I was hoping to see a nice sunset and earn some boyfriend points so I could drink with my buddies on the weekend without complaint. You should know that this isn't a particularly safe thing to do at this time of night, so I gave her my tactical knife and I carried a .40 caliber pistol. We arrived and parked the car before heading up a trail. Then, about 100 meters in, we spooked what I only assumed was a deer, which hauled ass away from us so quickly that I only saw a flash of tan. Honestly, it scared us pretty good. So, now I'm on edge, and we round a crest in a hill, and I see a black mass to the left in my peripheral vision. I unsnapped the retention on my holster, and turned to engage what turned out to be nothing but a mound of black dirt. So I take a deep breath and I calm down, and we continue with our nice little evening hike, with birds chirping, bugs making noise, regular forest stuff going on all around us. Now, for the creepy part. Once we were within about 200 meters of the halfway point on the trail, it starts to feel eerie, almost like we were being watched. This time it clicked right away. The woods are now dead silent, but I started noticing movement keeping pace with us, so I kept moving towards the top of the hill, the high ground which is the halfway point of the trail. We reach it and stop. So does whatever was following us, but the woods are still dead calm, and my fiancée tells me that she thinks we are being followed. So we decide to move on and take a shortcut back down the bluff to the paved trail. We make it, and the woods get back to normal sounds again. We consider hiking more, but we're a bit too spooked and left the park. Now, whatever was following us, I suspect was another cougar. It was quiet, and we didn't see it, and the strangest part is that the stalking noises it did make sounded elevated, like it was moving from tree to tree, and big cats, I guess, have been known to do this in the past. Story 3. Perhaps the least explainable of all of them. This one happened around June or July of 2007, I believe. I was roughly around 17 years old, give or take, much cockier then, but still somewhat knowledgeable of the outdoors. My family used to own a cabin in northwest Wisconsin. I basically grew up there in the summer and knew the woods well. But at night it was wise to stay in the cabin, or at least by the bonfire by the beach, because of the bears, wolves, and cougars. One of the creepiest things, as if you were having a bonfire, the tree line was visible from the fire pit and beach, and at night you always felt like you were being watched from that tree line. But during the day the woods always seemed normal, almost inviting, not so creepy. That is, until this incident. This happened in broad daylight, sometime around noon. My cousin and I were having an airsoft battle. I was in full woodland camo, he was not. I retreated into the ATV trail into the woods for a tactical advantage, and our battle took us about 200 meters up the trail. We had enough at this point and were standing at the edge of a clearing on the trail, talking, and he was maybe 10 feet in front of me, when I decided to mess with him. I shushed him and said we were being watched. He froze, and then I realized the woods were actually dead quiet, and I got spooked and started scanning the tree line and the other edge of the clearing, from left to right, when I saw it. Its teeth gave it away. It was panting and staring at my cousin. I don't expect you to believe me, but what I saw was a wolf as big as a black bear, at least 300 pounds. But it wasn't normal. This wolf was on 2 legs crouching next to me. Its arm was grasping onto the tree, grasping with a clawed hand, and had reddish-brown fur. The next thing I know, we were both sprinting back towards our cabin. I looked back at this wolf or bear thing, which was now in the process of charging us, barreling through the brush. But for whatever reason, it stopped following us as we broke the tree line. What stuck with me the most was the sheer size. The wolf thing had to be easily 7 feet tall when upright, and where it should have had front paws, it appeared to have large clawed hands. Now, I'm not sure how to explain it away rationally. I have heard of wolves with occasionally kind of walking upright, but that's not this at all. They can't sprint on 2 legs, nor do wolves get that big, and black bears waddle more on their hind legs than running like this thing was. I still have no idea to this day exactly what that thing was. So, for some context, I live in northern Utah, and I'm a very experienced and well-seasoned outdoorsman and hunter. I have spent much of my time in the woods. Now, I have never been a superstitious person,
In fact, I've always been the type of person to find a rational explanation, and I know this is going to sound cliche, but this is one of those experiences where I just have no explanation. Now for some context of where we were when this happened. So if you do not know, Utah in the winter is a very cold and snowy place, and snow days are not that uncommon, and by some luck, this day was a snow day with about 3 feet of snow on the ground. So my friend and I, being experienced hunters, decided that the snow would make perfect hunting conditions for some birds. So we loaded up our shotguns into the back of his off-road setup Jeep, and we headed up the mountains to hopefully bag a grouse or two. Now, when we reached the gate that was the base of the mountain, and the gate was closed but not locked, which was quite weird because usually this gate is locked, so we decided to go through and drive up with the Jeep. We went up for quite a few miles. Now, it is important to note a few things. First, as it appeared in the snow, we were the first people to be up there for quite some time. And second, there was only one way in and out of here. There was only a single road. Anyway, we drove up the little Jeep trail for about 3 to 4 miles. We finally got up to where we were going to hunt, and we were very remote. And I mean very remote. So we both stepped out of the Jeep. The first thing we heard was an elk cow. Mew, or whatever. But it was wrong. It sounded distorted and raspy. The creepiest part is I've hunted in that canyon for all of my life, and I've never even seen an elk in there. But we both just kind of brushed it off and figured, I guess that there could be an elk in here, and I guess there have been stranger things in the world, right? But as we continued along the trail, we made a horrifying discovery. There were what looked like to be infant foot tracks in the snow. Not a child's footprint, but like a newborn human barefoot. At this point, I knew something was very wrong. Why the heck would there be a baby up here, all alone in 3 feet plus of snow? And how could they even walk in this much snow? How could they even walk without snow? I think the weirdest part was I was oddly compelled to continue along, following the track to try to help anyone who might be up there. We continued walking, all the time in absolute horror about what we might find just 10 steps up the trail. Now, it is important to note that these were like fresh tracks, not like a week old or anything like that. It looked like whatever had made them had done it just a few minutes before us. We continued hiking through cliff faces and very steep and dark pine tree slopes for what felt like hours. Now, I know this is going to sound cliche, but I think the worst and most unnerving part was just how empty the woods were. They just seemed to be absent of all life. Anyways, we hiked for what seemed like forever, when we finally reached a sagebrush clearing and the footsteps kept going. But at this point it was getting kind of dark and I had a very uneasy feeling, so we decided to turn around. We made it back to the car and started hearing squirrels chirping about 200 yards away down in a very deep and dark valley where the trees cancel out all the sunlight. And because at this point the trip seemed like we were going to get skunked, we followed the chirping. We had gone about 300 yards into the trees. It was obvious the chirps were just drawing us further and further into the woods fairly quickly though, because there were no signs of any squirrel. It continued calling, and at this point, it was all but dark. At that point though, I noticed something. I saw what looked like a tall, slender, hairy, mangled-looking creature. As it was walking, it became very obvious that this was no earthly creature. Its knees bent backward, if you were to picture a deer's legs, but just upside down. It was walking bipedal, but very wrong, almost like it didn't know how to walk. I was only able to see it for around 30 seconds before it disappeared around a bend inside of an old dried-up riverbank. And at that moment, I was sure that it hadn't seen us, and that we needed to leave. So we snuck back to the Jeep as fast and as quiet as we could, loaded everything up, and got the hell out of there. When we were leaving, I swear I heard a gut-wrenching scream, and I can just say that I will never forget this ever. I don't know what it is. I swear I got a glimpse of it running parallel to the Jeep. I'm pretty sure it does come into that not deer skinwalker territory, but I really wouldn't know. It keeps me awake at night to this day, and I haven't been hunting since. The Haunted Woods by Anonymous. When I was around 15 years old, my friends drove to a place that was haunted. There were plenty of them around the basin where I lived. It was getting close to Halloween, so as is tradition, we were all trying to scare each other. First, we went to a place called the Haunted Woods. This is an actual business, not a place in the woods. Then, we went to an abandoned hotel near the Ute reservation. Nothing significant happened there. We didn't see or hear anything, and we were just gooping around having fun. Then the driver said we were going to Skinwalker Ranch. Now at the time I had never heard of Skinwalker Ranch, but I had heard plenty of stories of skinwalkers. I was initially intrigued, but as we dropped down the hill behind the property, a feeling of total dread settled on me like a heavy blanket. Everyone in the car got increasingly quiet, like they were feeling the heaviness too. "I don't think we should be here," I spoke softly. "Oh, we're gonna be here," the driver announced. "There's no moon tonight and there's no flashlights allowed," he continued. "I'll just stay in the truck then. I've got a horrible feeling and I just don't want to go," I spoke again. "You aren't staying in the truck alone. Now get out," he said rudely. I got out of the truck and looked over at my best friend. Her face was white and her eyes were wide and round, and I knew she felt the same way I did. We should not be here. My friend driving the truck said this was a vast ranch and we were at the back end of Skinwalker Ranch. I wouldn't have believed him that this was Skinwalker Ranch if I didn't feel that every nerve in my body was telling me to leave. He walked over to an old post in a pole fence, undid the wire loop holding up a small gate, and laid it on the ground. There was an overgrown 2-track road leading up into the darkness, and we followed him. As he led us up, the horrible feeling of dread was almost overwhelming, and I felt like I would be sick at any moment. I wanted to return to the truck but feared something would pounce on me if I left the group's safety. We weren't laughing and joking here. The heaviness weighed on us, and we walked silently through the dark. As we walked, I tried to keep my eyes on my feet, but I occasionally glanced to either side of the 2-track road. I saw a vast black mass in the tall grass each time I did this. I told myself it was just a cow, but each time I looked it was in the same spot off to the left, following our journey to the old homestead. Finally, the driver and the leader of our foolish expedition stopped and said we were almost there. They said that we needed to stay extra quiet in case the owners were around. As he turned to start walking again, a growl leaped from the darkness, and he stopped and stepped back. He wasn't our fearless leader anymore. His voice shook as he told us that it was time to go back to the truck. We walked a little ways back, and then one of our group members said that they needed to use the bathroom. We stopped by a small stream running along the south end of the property. I was smoking a cigarette and talking to one of my friends about how relieved I was that we were leaving. I glanced down at the stream at the same time my friend did, just in time to see a black figure emerging from the water. It was not a cow, it was not a coyote. It looked like a too skinny, too tall man. We both screamed and ran back to the road, and that was the last straw for everyone in the group. We all ran all the way back to the truck. Now I know that this is eerie but uneventful. Have no fear, my story is not over quite yet. A few months later, I had started to convince myself that this was nothing more than just some coincidences and I had freaked myself out or something. It could have just been cows or something different. Who knows? Maybe my eyes are just playing tricks on me, making me see things emerging from the water that wasn't actually there. My best friend came to my house to sit outside, BS, and smoke some cigarettes. We did this quite often. Like I said in my previous story I've sent into the swamp, we lived in the middle of nowhere, so dumb things like this were about as much fun as we could have, really. I lived in the middle of nowhere with trees and woods and fields everywhere. So we were sitting in her car just across the road from my house. Her car points toward the town park about a block away, and a really unkempt baseball field in the center, if you can even call it that. It's more of like some dirt. There aren't really any other houses around here, at least none that can see the park directly aside from mine. You can see everything up to where the street lights are, and after the entrance of the park there are no more lights. "Oh, look, a deer," my friend says suddenly. I could see glowing eyes on the very far end of the park. "Oh yeah, there it is," I reply. We watch as it slowly walks toward the center of the park. In the spot is a huge metal slide jungle gym type thing. It's probably like 10 feet tall. But like I said, this park is so old, it's hardly a thing. It's so rusted out. As the deer is walking, I noticed that for some reason I can't make out any features of the deer. It was just out of reach of the street light. The deer is right next to the slide when suddenly, this thing stands up on its hind legs. The eyes were watching. They were looking right at us. We could see the glow. This deer was easily 10 to 12 feet tall on its hind legs. Then it starts to walk, standing on its hind legs. Me and my friend both start panicking. What the heck is it? That's not a deer. We kept watching this extremely tall creature across the park when my friend decided we were driving up there. She locks the doors and we head towards the park in the car. When we were almost there, the eyes crossed the street and entered the neighborhood across from the garden. By the time we got there, whatever it was had vanished and was now long gone. Another few months went by, and this event had truly rattled us. We were not convinced that it was a deer. While deer are known to go on their hind legs sometimes, it's really not for this long, Why would they walk, and how is this thing going to be 10 feet tall? One night, I was at my friend's house, the same one from the previous encounter. This friend lived smack dab in the middle of enormous farmland. All around her were pastures. It was very peaceful most of the time. We had spent the night watching movies and hanging out. I went outside, started my car, and we smoked a little bit together on her porch before I left. We were chatting when suddenly her eyes went to my face and looked behind me, and her eyes grew wide. I turned to look to see two glowing red eyes just past the fence line into her neighbor's pasture. What the hell is that? I managed to squeak out. I don't know, she whispered back. The eyes remained fixated on us for about 30 seconds, then turned and disappeared. We both ran back into the house. I didn't dare go home for another 45 minutes. Luckily, I was able to get into my car and get home safely. But every time we talk about this, it gives me goosebumps to this day. I don't know what's on that ranch that we went to. I don't know if something followed us home from there. But I'll tell you what, don't play around on Skinwalker Ranch.
7 kids have gone missing in my town in the last 3 decades. I was a part of the search party for the 7th. This is our story. The child's parents had left him in the care of a neighbor while they ran to the gas station, and the neighbor, an elderly woman, could not keep up with the boy while they played. So she eventually sat to rest. The boy, not at all tired, wanted to keep up playing, but the old woman was exhausted and told him to wait until his parents returned. He asked if he could play with her husband, who lay in bed upstairs, but she said no, explaining to him that her husband was very tired due to his age, like she had become. As any 7-year-old would, the boy found this answer unacceptable and fled to the backyard, hoping to find something or someone to play with. He didn't return. The old woman, whose name was Margaret, had fallen asleep in her living room. She was stirred awake by the sound of the doorbell and shambled over to the front door. Awaiting her there were the boy's parents, whom she greeted, and then remembered that she had been charged with looking after their son. The sudden remembrance, which dawned plainly on the woman's face, brought an immediate worry to the faces of the parents. And the trio began to call out for the boy. Their shouts fell on deaf ears, though. The boy was long gone. I was one of the volunteer searchers, and the particular group I had accompanied was tasked with searching the nearby woods. By the time people had gathered and the police had arrived, it was nearly nightfall, so some of us had to push through the trees and vegetation blindly. A surprising amount of people did not own flashlights. I was one such person. I did bring my father's emergency flare gun, which he thankfully never had to use during his boating days. Normally inadvisable, considering I'd be surrounded by vegetation, but I figured it would be useful if my group discovered the boy, hopefully alive. I stumbled over roots, pushed through brambles which tore my shirt and cut my skin, and trampled flowers unidentifiable in the gloom. The moonlight shone dimly through the trees whose foliage had formed a natural ceiling over the woods. Eventually, unexpectedly, I became separate from my search group, lost amidst the unrecognizable flora. Panic crept into my mind, but I figured that with dozens of other people out searching for the boy, I was bound to come across someone. And pushing past panic was the hope that maybe the boy had stumbled through these parts of the woods as well, and I'd be the one to find him. Then, as if to assuage my fears and affirm my hopes, I saw a figure a few meters ahead, leaning against a tree. My heartbeat was faster when I saw that. He was not all that tall, about the size of a boy even. I jogged towards him, but when I grew close enough to see his face, he ran off. I chased after, calling out the boy's name. Adam! It started to rain. I sloshed through the mud which had minutes ago been easily traversable ground. My progress hampered considerably. I could still see the boy ahead, but he grew smaller, fainter, and even though I tried to power through, I felt myself succumbing to the thickening mud. It became like a quicksand, restricting my entire body, resisting my most strenuous exertions. It was too late when I remembered that I was probably quickening my sink with my struggles. Seconds later, I was up to my chin. I'd apparently stumbled upon some deep depression in the earth. Forgetting the flare gun in my pocket, I tried calling out, but the rain fell loudly, drowning out my screams as I drowned in that sinkhole. Darkness rushed in, and all became black. I emerged elsewhere. The earth vomited me forth like a squelch, as if expelling something indigestible. The rain was gone here, and the environment was illuminated by several distinct rays of moonlight, as if this place were watched over by a trio of moons. The trees were different as well. They towered incredibly high, their tops piercing the gray cloudage above, as if rising to greet the triple lunar vanguards. Grass rose as tall as men in some places, while other areas were barren, some sunken in, others raised in mounds of dirt. I progressed forward from the position I'd arrived, hoping that if the boy had come here, I'd find him, and if not him, a way to escape. The hole from which I had arisen had smoothed over, leaving no signs of being impregnable. I eventually came across something resembling a path. At the start of this path, to my horror, was a massive coffin that towered nearly as tall as the great trees I'd seen earlier. The coffin's lid was open, and it gave off a strange, sinister impression. It seemed hungrily anticipatory, as if it awaited a soon-to-arrive occupant. I gave it a wide berth as I passed, and nothing sprung out of it to attack or draw me in. I came across other caskets, all of which seemed as they were built for titans. Trees, not as tall as the others, but still massive in their own right, had grown through the caskets, throwing the lids off but obscuring any signs of the occupants, if there were any. Great bows pierced through the frame of the casket, giving the trees the appearance of wearing polished wooden armor. As I progressed down the coffin-flanked path, the funerary housing became degraded, more noticeably withered by time, and the trees which grew through them became significantly more prominent, until, at the final tree, the only observable presence of the casket were its splinters which stuck in with what seemed like grim defiance to the trunk of the tree. This tree was as tall as the others I'd initially seen. Something about it, perhaps its age and disregard for the casket through which it had grown, saddened me. There was also a vague, unplaceable familiarity about the casket shards, as if I'd somehow seen them or inexplicably knew of their occupant before coming here. The path lined with casket-infused trees ended 7 in total, and opened to a massive swampish area. In the center of the mire was a massive pool, which over-hovered a soft white mist. Despite the locale, I could hear no bugs or bog-inhabiting creatures, and the water surface was at a complete rest. I approached the pool, drawn into it by some unreal force and my own fixation by its mesmeric surface. Without consciously doing so, I'd walk right into the pool, and only until the water shifted did I notice. The water which had been a placid and translucent green, turned dark and violent, churning viciously, rocking my body helplessly to and fro. The white mist changed to a dismal red, and suddenly felt like a great encumbrance on my body as I tried to hold my footing in the sloshing waves. Rain started to fall, making the pool's level rise until it was up to my chest. The coffins behind me, engorged by the mammoth trees, seemed to groan in agony as their burdens expanded to nightmarish proportions within them, splintering the wood of which they were made. Beneath me, I began to hear a voice calling from the depths of the pool, and peering in, I saw what looked like a boy. My instinctual desire to extricate myself from the pool was overridden by my desire to save the child, so I plunged downward into the murk. I reached him, surprisingly. I grabbed the boy, who to my short-lived joy resembled Adam. I had found him, somehow trapped in this abysmal place. I held him to me with one arm and used the other to propel myself upward, all the while fighting the monstrous currents which battered me underwater as much as they did above it. When the realization that I wouldn't reach the surface before my lungs burst came to me, I found myself crying, not for my own life, but for the boy who I couldn't save. Somehow, the tears felt warm against my body, as if they clung to my face instead of getting mixed within the Stygian waters around me. In a last moment of consciousness, I withdrew the flare gun from my pocket and extended my arm as far as it would go, kicking my legs to hopefully stay close to the surface for the gun to fire properly. I wasn't sure if it was gonna work, honestly, but it was all that I had, and thankfully, my finger pulled the trigger seconds after consciousness fully left me, and we sank downward into the abyssal depth. I awoke in a hospital bed, with a nurse attending to me. She smiled and said she'd go get the doctor. When they returned, they were accompanied by another woman. She looked familiar, but I couldn't place her, either due to the drugs assuredly pumped into my system, or my own wariness at the half-remembered ordeal. Together, the doctor and woman informed me of what had happened. My absence from the search party had pretty much gone unnoticed until they'd given up for the night, and a sort of roll call was conducted to make sure everyone got back safely. When I hadn't made myself present, the people resumed their search, this time for me, which the woman admitted to being happy about, because she was Adam's mother and hadn't wanted to give up looking for him. Rather than splitting up again and risking more being lost, they surged through the trees together, collectively sweeping through the undarkened woods. At some point, perhaps an hour into the search, a flare shot exploded into the sky. Due to the downpour and the thick, visually obstructing treetops, they could only partially trace the path of the flare. They searched the areas from which they suspected it had been fired, but found nothing. Tired and drenched, talk of returning to their homes started up, and some started to make their way back to the neighborhood. Before the last had gone, the woman, Adam's mother, heard crying. She approached the sound and found me holding her son in my arms, wailing, the flare gun at my side. Around us, washed up from a shallow grave, were other children. Adam was the only one alive among them. I was insensate, totally unresponsive, crying dumbly. Adam was unconscious but not seriously harmed. We were both taken to the hospital and I was placated to quietness along the way. When Adam awoke, he told the authorities that the old man, husband of Margaret, had taken him, hurt him, and left him among the others in a shallow pit, which he'd first uncovered to place Adam inside, then afterwards resealed. The rain had washed away the recently piled soil, which had not had time to harden and become overgrown, as had happened since the last time such an atrocity was committed. The old man was arrested, and after a few hours of questioning, admitted to being responsible for the 7 missing children in the last 30 years. Adam, fully recuperated and wanted to thank me. He was brought in and rushed to my bedside. He hugged me, thanked me relentlessly, and his mother did as well. The doctor informed me that I'd be fine and can return home in the evening. They all left, letting me rest. I was happy to see Adam alive and well, but something troubled me. I realized that while he was the boy I'd seen in the water, he definitely was not the one who led me to the place where I'd fallen into the sinkhole. Later, once I returned home, I looked at pictures of the missing children. After scrolling through the pictures, I finally came across the first missing child, who had gone missing in the late 80s. Even though I hadn't got a good look at the child who led me to that sinkhole, I knew that this is the one. I also knew, somehow, that the last casket I'd come across in that extra mundane realm, the one obliterated by the tree, had been his.
My Tales as a Vagrant by Anonymous. In my younger days, just after high school, I was what most would consider a vagrant. No home to speak of, but not quite homeless either. Growing up poor in a poor, dying factory town assures few things. But most of the kids in my town knew and understood clearly that the only way to escape such a bleak place was to leave. Find work somewhere else, and don't come back unless you want to be trapped forever. And I was no exception to this understanding. It was the result of this desperate retreat from certain poverty that led me to work as a laborer in the pipeline industry. Grueling work, but decent pay. A fair start for one such as myself. After about 3 months of working, my foreman, who we will call Jay, discovered I was staying at a motel and would not have it. He was kind enough to invite me to stay with his family until I found an apartment, and I was grateful for his offer. Jay and his family were honest rural people who lived in an honest rural area. A house with a barn and a field surrounded by wooded hills. No neighbors and one road in and out. Very similar to the houses I had seen and been around growing up. It was a great area and great company, and I was thankful for such a turn in my luck. The first evening I stayed there, Jay's wife got me situated in my room, and I got acquainted with everyone in the house over dinner. After our meal, I stepped outside for a cigarette and decided the tree line behind their barn would be the best area to smoke privately and inoffensively. The sun had set, and by the time I had stepped out of the house, the moon was high and full, keeping the valley I was in dully illuminated and casting the surrounding hills as dark shadows against the star-filled sky. A night that I think most would find peaceful, but as soon as my boots met the grass, that primal instinctive warning that a man gets sometimes began to slowly creep into my core. That alarm that tells you something is not right here. Being young and dumb and brave, of course, I shrugged it off and continued to the tree line, attempting to keep the growing feeling at bay. When I, at last, approached the shadowed tangle of trees and underbrush on the outskirts of their yard, I reached into my pocket, pulled out my pack of Marlboros, my matches, and struck it alight. As I brought the match to my cigarette, I saw it. Mere feet away from where I was standing, just barely within the trees, was the stark and outstanding silhouette of something very large. It stood crouched and still had to be at least 7 feet tall, large, pointed ears, and a narrowly elongated snout. Its eyes glimmered. This was a weird infrared color you would see when animals reflect their eyes at night. Oh my god, there's a wolf, that's a wolf, were my initial panic-stricken thoughts. It was during this processing that I realized there was no way this was a wolf, because wolves don't stand upright, and this creature was unmistakably on 2 legs. It was slouched low, one arm hung down, past its haunches, and the other was pressed firmly against the tree to the right of it. Broad shoulders, a savage posture. It didn't move. It didn't seem startled or threatened or afraid, but simply aware. It knew I saw it, and it knew that I knew. I wish I could say I did something. Anything. I wish I could say that I ran, or that I screamed, or I even moved. But I was truly frozen in fear, stuck in that spot, standing rigid as a statue with nothing but a quickly dying matchlight between me and whatever monstrous thing was in front of me. We locked gazes for what felt like hours, but was probably only just a moment. And as though the creature had decided it was done terrifying me, it straightened up, backed away slowly into the darkness of trees, and just dissipated. No sound, not a broken twig or rustled leaf to be heard. As soon as my legs allowed me, I ran like hell back to the safety of Jay's house, slammed the door behind me, and was met with a look of concern from my foreman and his wife, who were watching TV in the living room. "There's something out there." It was the only thing I could gasp out.
Jay exchanged a glance with his wife and looked back towards me. "Boy, if you're gonna stay here, you need to understand that there are things out in the woods that you best pay no attention to." He said it so nonchalantly, like he was talking about last night's football game. You hear a strange noise, you ignore it. You see a strange shadow, you ignore it. And if you get a strange feeling, you come inside and forget you felt it. There are things out there we just don't understand, but we have to respect it because it's their land, and we just live here. It's been 15 years since my encounter with that creature in the woods, and I still think about it all the time. And though I stayed with Jay and his family for another 3 weeks after that, I never felt uneasy on his property again. That feeling, it never truly left. But the warning, it was very clear. I will never go out to the woods at night unless I absolutely have no other choice. Once you know what's out there, you never see things the same again. I know this might seem far-fetched, and I know that many won't believe what I'm saying, but this story is one that is true, and one that I just had to share with the show.
My horrifying Appalachian Trail hiking experience by Baby Chungus 08. I have always been a very avid hiker. I spent a lot of my days outdoors, but somehow, living in the area I do, I had never actually been to the Appalachian Mountains in Virginia before. I had heard that the scenery was breathtaking and have hiked other parts of the Appalachian before. The trails were challenging, so I decided to plan a trip and try to see if I could conquer this. As I arrived at the trailhead, I felt this rush of excitement. The sun was shining bright, the birds were chirping loudly, and I felt like I was in for quite an adventure. The trail started out easy enough, but as I continued on, it got steeper and more challenging. As I climbed higher and higher, the air started to get cooler and the scenery around me became more and more beautiful. The leaves on the trees were changing colors, and I could see in miles in every direction. I felt like I was on top of the world, honestly. It was a great feeling, something you can't really describe with words. But then something strange happened. The wind, it started to pick up. The temperature dropped even more. It was like a sudden cold front had moved in out of nowhere. I started to feel uneasy, but I pushed on, determined to make it to the summit. As I continued on, I noticed that the trees around me had become twisted and gnarled. The leaves were gone and the branches were bare. It was like I had entered a different world, one that was dead and lifeless. That's when I saw it. There was a figure standing just in the distance. It was tall and slender with long arms and legs that seemed to stretch on forever. I couldn't make out any discernible features, but I knew that it was not another human being. I tried to run, but for whatever reason it felt like the mud underneath my feet wouldn't let me move. I was stuck in place, staring at the figure that was now starting to move towards me. It was like it was drawing closer to me, luring me in with its otherworldly presence. I was absolutely terrified, but I could not look away. It's as if this thing wanted me to see it. The figure was getting closer and closer, and I knew that I was in danger. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, right as it was just about arm's length from me, this thing vanished into particles in thin air. I tried to shake off the feeling that this thing had taken a hold of me, but I couldn't. I couldn't shake this fear, I couldn't shake this anxiety. Something felt wrong. I felt like I was being watched in every direction. The sensation of something being just a foot away from me never went away. It was like something was lurking just beyond my field of vision. And then something went terribly, terribly wrong. I stepped on a loose rock and tumbled down the side of the mountain. My ankle twisted, and I felt a sharp pain shoot up my leg. I knew I had to get help, but I was miles from the nearest town. I didn't fall terribly far down the mountain, but I was definitely down enough and injured enough that even trying to crawl was way too much. The pain was just unbearable. I knew that I was in trouble, and I didn't know how long I could hold on. As night fell, the temperature dropped even further, and I felt my body start to go numb. But then I heard a voice. It was distant at first, but it grew louder and louder with time, until I could make out the words. And thank God it was a rescue team coming to save me. I don't remember much after that. I was airlifted to safety and taken to the hospital, where I was treated for my injuries. But even now, years later, I can't shake off the feeling of dread that I felt on that mountain that day. The figure that I saw, the sense of being watched, the terror of being lost and alone on a treacherous trail. It was a hiking trip that I'll never forget, for all the wrong reasons. I still hike to this day. I just keep a GPS system on me now, and I'm way more aware of my surroundings. But I still don't know what that creature was. Appalachian Road Trip Gone Wrong by Andrew G. As I drove through the Appalachian Mountains in North Carolina, I couldn't help but marvel at the natural beauty surrounding me. The vibrant green leaves of the trees and the clear blue sky are a welcome change from the city's concrete jungle. However, my peaceful drive was soon disrupted when I heard a loud pop. Noticing my tire had now honestly been torn to shreds, my car began to swerve uncontrollably, and my heart raced as I struggled to regain control of the car. But ultimately it was no use in the end. The vehicle careened off the road and crashed into a nearby tree. Dazed and confused, I opened the door and stumbled out. My head was spinning, I couldn't see straight for quite a few minutes. I don't know if I was concussed or what. It was then that I noticed something strange in the tree line. You know, at first, I wasn't really paying attention. It was hard to see straight, but as my eyes seemed to settle, I thought that I saw a deer or some kind of wildlife. But as I was squinting my eyes to get a better look, I realized that it was something far more sinister. There, lurking among the trees, was a figure that sent shivers down my spine. It was tall. It was an elongated type humanoid creature. It was lanky and pale, almost translucent. Its limbs were twisted and gnarled. Its eyes glowed a sickly yellow color. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. I stumbled backward, trying to put some sort of distance between me and whatever the hell that thing was. But as I did this, I noticed something even more disturbing. Around me, the forest had gone deathly silent. The birds had stopped chirping, the rustling of leaves had ceased, and the only sound that I could really notice was the beating of my own heart. Trembling with fear, I realized that I had no choice but to confront the creature. I took a step forward, and it did the same. Its eyes never left me, and I could feel its malevolent gaze piercing through my soul. For what felt like an eternity, we stood there staring at each other. Eventually, I heard the sound of my roadside assistance coming, and the creature bolted off in the opposite direction of me, leaving me alone and shaken. To this day, I can't explain what I saw that day in the Appalachian Mountains. But one thing is for sure. I'll never forget the terror that gripped me when my tire popped and I lost control of my car. Blue Ridge High Strangeness by 828 Fiend. I had always dreamed of camping in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. The thought of sleeping under the stars, surrounded by nature's beauty, was too tempting to resist. I packed a backpack full of stuff and set off on my adventure one day. It was one of those spontaneous decisions that I made that I would later regret. The first few days were nothing short of magical. The crisp mountain air filled my lungs, and the sound of the nearby creek lulled me to sleep at night. I spent my days hiking through the forest, admiring the stunning vistas and the wildlife. It was everything I'd ever hoped for and more. Now, I had heard of crazy folklore stories like the Brown Mountain Lights and Bigfoot and feral people, but I never thought they were real, you know? However, on the third night, something changed that. I woke up in the middle of the night, disoriented and a bit confused. It took me a few moments to realize that something was terribly wrong. The air had grown thick and heavy. The forest was eerily quiet. Even the sound of the creek had seemingly stopped. It was as if the entire world was holding its breath. I sat up and looked around, trying to make any sense of it, trying to figure out what the heck was happening. Then I saw it. A pair of glowing eyes were staring at me from the darkness. They were too far away to see what exactly it was, but I knew that it wasn't anything natural. The eyes were too large and too bright to belong to any animal I knew of. I began to shake with fear. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it in the direction of the eyes. But to my horror, I saw absolutely nothing. If there was a creature there, it was invisible, or maybe it had disappeared entirely. For the rest of the night, I sat huddled in my sleeping bag, listening to the sound of my own heartbeat. The forest had come alive with sounds of rustling leaves and twigs snapping. It was as if something was moving through the forest searching for me, running in circles, if you will. The next morning, I packed up my things and hiked back to my car. I didn't want to take any chances with whatever was out there in the woods. I did notice that all around my campsite was highly disturbed. There were broken branches everywhere, uprooted plants. It looked like an absolute disaster. As I drove away from the Blue Ridge Mountains, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me, something otherworldly and malevolent. To this day, I have no idea what I saw or experienced that night, and I hope somebody in the comments will be able to tell me something. I don't know if it has anything to do with the Brown Mountain Lights, Bigfoot, or feral people, but it downright scared me, and it just feels like it fits in that vein.
When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I had a disturbing encounter with a creature or entity. I lived in the Appalachian mountain range of Pennsylvania. It was November when around daylight savings time occurred. I remember it was supposed to be a school day, but since the heavy snow came down, the buses could not drive out in the morning, so school was canceled for a snow day. I was excited to spend the rest of the day in the snow, playing and exploring. We had an acre of property going quite far back into the woods. I walked deep into the forest to a small frozen pond past my property line. Suddenly, the woods went dead silent. No sounds of birds, no wildlife scurrying around, absolutely nothing. I remember thinking it was strange but kept walking to make it to the pond. I should have turned around right then and there and just went home, but I was just a naive little kid. After I reached the pond, everything was still completely silent and the hairs on the back of my neck felt like they were rising. I started to get frightened, but I didn't know why. I felt like something terrible would happen to me if I didn't leave right then and there. So I decided, out of some random spark in my brain, to run back home. As I arrived at my backyard, I realized it was so late, and the sun was setting. My mom came running outside asking where I was all day, and never disappeared like that again. Now, none of this made any sense to me, because I had only been out for about 20 minutes or so. I left my house in my snow gear at around 10 a.m., right after the snow day call. It was almost 8 p.m., meaning I had been gone for 10 hours. I have had no idea how this happened and how I had been gone for that long. I only remember being out there for maybe a 15 to 20 minute period. I don't know if this has anything to do with any kind of cryptids or any kind of weird supernatural elements, but I do know it was very similar to the things I've heard on the Swamp Dweller YouTube channel in the past when it came to missing 411 videos. Has anyone else ever had this happen to them? Was it some sort of creature? I didn't see anything at all while out there. I didn't lose track of time, and I didn't fall and hit my head or anything. What do you think happened? Please let me know in the comments, and thank you Swamp Dweller for sharing this experience. I know it might not be super terrifying, but the details surrounding this experience will forever have me scratching my head. So my trucking route is from here in Connecticut down to Kentucky and Tennessee. It's a pretty good run. I get to see all the sights of the East Coast, but one area of the country gets wild. The area around the Appalachian Mountains. You guys probably know that one of the country's poorest areas got screwed over as the coal mining jobs dwindled and the local economy went down the crapper. I feel for those people down there. Seeing how entrenched in poverty some families are is truly heartbreaking. So I was rolling through an area of the state that I hadn't previously been through, thanks to my usual section of the highway being blocked off by some traffic accident that had unfortunately left a few people dead. I was having some trouble navigating the roads after my phone ran out of battery, and wouldn't you know it, the plug charger decided to give out too. Worst timing ever. But I was an experienced truck driver and wasn't driving an 18-wheeler on that run, so I was free to take some more of the minor roads to find my way around. But even though I considered myself pretty good on the streets, there was a point when I found myself hopelessly lost, and I started to worry that I wouldn't make my shipping delivery deadline. That would mean disciplinary proceedings, and I could not afford those. So anyway, I happened to see this guy wandering down the side of the road. So I slow my truck down, wind down the window, and ask him for directions. The guy seems friendly enough and is willing to take a few minutes to give me all the information I need to make it back onto the main highway that are headed south. But then I started asking him if there was anywhere nearby that I could get some lunch, as it was getting towards about 1 in the afternoon, and I'd only managed to get myself a meager breakfast. The guy seems to think for a minute, scratching his head, taking an unusually long time to think of an answer to this question that usually would only take a few seconds to answer. It's rare to be anywhere in West Virginia where there isn't a Cracker Barrel within a few miles, so why he didn't just point me in the direction of one of those was beyond me. When I pressed him, he told me he knew of an old family-run place that did the best chicken fried steak in the entire county, maybe even the state. Suddenly all was forgiven. Now I might be a northerner, but I'll be damned if I turn down a good chicken fried steak. All that was taking so long was for him to try and remember the best way there that wouldn't take me down some run-down old dirt road, one which might get my truck stuck on it, which would have left me screwed. So after a minute, he gave me a detailed direction toward an old strip mall. He told me it was mostly abandoned, but the restaurant was still there, along with a few other smaller businesses, and not to pay any mind if the place seemed quiet during lunch, as it did most of its business in the early morning to late evening. I was happy enough, thanked the guy, then set off following the directions he had given me. So it took me a little while to find the old strip mall the guy was talking about. It was a little frustrating to drive past a couple of chain restaurants and whatnot, given that I was so hungry. But goddamn, if I wasn't craving some of that country style, chicken fried steak, and if it was really a family-run place, then all the better. The chain restaurant stuff doesn't cut it compared to the authentic, home-style cooking. But eventually, I found this run-down old strip mall the guy seemed to be talking about, and it was a wonder that this place was in such a state of disrepair. It was way off any highway. There were absolutely no signs, anywhere. Literally nothing to let you know it was there. But even worse, I saw no indication that any kind of restaurant was open in any of the units. I wasn't about to give up so easily, though, as I saw one place with a big old sign saying something like, Mama J's Country Kitchen, or some weird variation. So my hopes were restored. That's when I see a guy open the door of the place, stepping out into the afternoon heat and staring over at my truck. I gave him away from the driver's side, overjoyed that I was finally about to get some decent food on what had been a lonely drive down from Connecticut. I figured he hadn't seen me do it, that or the sun was obscuring his vision or something, because he just continued to stare back at me. I get out of my truck, lock the doors, and walk to the restaurant. I called out to the guy halfway across the parking lot asking if they were open for business. Again, the guy doesn't react. He keeps staring at me in a distinctly unwelcoming way that I notice. Something in my gut just told me to stop walking. I had this creeping feeling all over my body, like something was telling me that something was wrong with this whole setup. And no sooner had I started feeling distinctly vulnerable, the guy reached behind his back, pulling something out of his back pocket, and put it on his head. At first I thought it was a woolly hat, but then he pulled it down, and I realized it was a balaclava. Then I noticed something else in his hand, a small revolver. I turn and start running back to the truck, and as I do, I see a few other guys emerging from the derelict units, each running towards my car and trying to cut me off. Each had a weapon in their hand, be it a knife or an iron bar, and seeing those just made me run even faster. Thank God I had gotten that feeling when I did, otherwise they would have made it to the truck before I did. I threw the door open, jumped inside, and locked the cab behind me, trembling as I was rummaging for my pocket, trying to get my keys. The bandits surrounded the cab of my truck, hitting the chassis with their weapons and demanding I get out. The guy with the gun aimed it right at my face through the windshield, screaming for me to get the hell out of the truck. I had no choice but to do what I did. I gunned the engine and plowed the whole bunch of them, knocking down those who didn't jump out of the way of mine. I leaned down in my seat as I gripped the wheel out of pure instinct, and again, I thank God I did, because when I did that, and I hit the guy with the gun, he let loose a single shot that shattered the windshield and struck the seat just above my head. I circled the parking lot expecting the following image to come at any moment, but only the bandits that had gotten out of my way of my initial truck charge were chasing me. 2 or 3 were lying on the concrete, rolling around in pain while the others held on to their limbs. I think it's about the only thing that saved me, having the presence of mind to ram them instead of trying to reverse out of there. If that had been my choice, I might not be around to tell you this story. I got out of that parking lot, speeding off blindly in the first direction I could until I found somewhere to park up and call the cops safely. The sheriff's deputy I spoke to told me to swing on by the department when I was able to, so I could give a statement, and I did exactly that. But not until I'd managed to get some lunch, as not even the terror of almost getting hijacked and getting killed would dull my appetite. I guess that makes me sound goddamn fat, but you guys need to appreciate just how hungry I was. Down at the department, however, I learned that I was not the first truck driver to have this issue. I was not the first one at all, actually, to run into these bandits. How I'd been just unlucky enough to ask directions from one of their kinfolk, who had directed me to a rundown strip mall just before calling his buddies to let them know I'd be there. At least, that's the only conclusion we came to once I described the guy I had asked directions from. The deputy seemed to nod knowingly when I related this guy's physical description. I'm warning you guys to be very careful when you're out on the roads. And although it seems like a tired old cautionary tale from your Facebook posting aunt, be careful when you talk to strangers. There's no way of knowing who they actually are. I've never had paranormal experiences, but I cannot explain this. I'm in college currently, and 7 other people from my school and I went backpacking. We had 2 experienced leaders at the time. We drove to Zaleski State Park in the Appalachian region of Ohio. It was early April this year, and it was cold and everything was still dead from winter. After hiking miles into the forest, we set up camp at a backpacking campsite, and there were a couple of other groups of people there. As a few were friendly older couples and then 2 college-age girls, everyone was pretty spread out. We set up camp further away from everyone else. I have always been able to sense the energy of places, and at this point this place didn't feel very great. It was almost spooky. Each of us had individual 1-person tents, and we formed a cluster on this site, with my tent in the back so no one would be behind me. Our group was next to the forest because this backpacking site was like a big cleared-off square in the middle of the trees. Fast forward, I'm dead asleep and it's sometime around 2 a.m. I wake up to leaves crunching behind my tent. I hear footsteps walking in circles around my tent. They had a sort of heaviness to them that couldn't be a deer or a dog. Also, it sounded like it was on 2 legs and not 4. I cannot make this up. This creature, or whatever it was circling my tent for long periods, slowly creeping up to the sides of my tent and then just stopping. And then it would move on to walking around the rest of our tent cluster. I could hear a human-like breathing from the mouth when it was close to my tent, like a light sort of heaving. I was shaking, too scared to unzip my tent and investigate. I kid you not, this seemingly went on for hours. And in my experience, it seemed like I was the only one who was awake. Out of nowhere, I see an illuminated light shape from my tent, although I couldn't tell you what it was from inside my tent because it was all zipped up. It was like a warm glow, and it didn't move like a flashlight. I was paralyzed in absolute fear. I couldn't believe this was an animal. At some point, I fell asleep due to sheer exhaustion, but I could hear the heavy footsteps circling until I did. In the morning, I questioned my fellow campers about it, and my leader admitted she heard the footsteps and noises as well. Realizing it was bizarre, and she would have investigated had she not been so dizzy, one of the boys in the group said they also noticed the light that came on but thought it was someone else. Not a single person in this group went to go to the bathroom at night or turned on any sort of light. I've heard about the Appalachian regions being creepy and bizarre, and now I truly believe it. Some people online have leaned towards Bigfoot because apparently he is associated with light orbs. I've never seen a Bigfoot, and I've never really been a Bigfoot believer, but I'm telling you, this didn't feel like it was just any animal like a bear. First and foremost, I'm a non-believer. I've never had any encounters with anything supernatural or otherwise not normal. I want to keep this short. Last night I woke up to my dogs barking. As usual, I let them outside to do their thing. For context, I live in North Carolina in the Appalachian mountain range. When I open my bedroom door, I step out into the hallway and immediately slip onto the floor. One of my dogs has been crapping themselves everywhere, running around the house barking and raising hell. I get up and get to the door to let them out, and turn back toward the closet to get some cleaning supplies. I clean it up, and everything is sorted, and put it back into the closet. I then let my dogs back into the house. At this point, nothing too strange has happened, so I open the door to let the dogs in, and two come in immediately. Charlie, the dog who had had the accident, stays out near the perimeter of the electric fence, barking into the dark. I close the door and go into the bathroom to clean myself up. I take off my clothes, shower, and then took the clothes that were old and dirty and set them right outside by the back door. When I do this, my third dog comes back inside quickly. Still at this point, nothing is wrong or out of order. I take a towel to a few spots around the house to get all the fecal matter. I decide to throw out the towel along with my pajamas, so I take the towel and clothes and head toward the bins at the back door. I grab the stuff I'm throwing out in a small basket and head towards the trash bin. Yes, this is where it gets weird. As I walk, I notice it's pitch black outside, and no light from inside is shining out since I had been asleep. As soon as I consider how dark it is, I hear whistling. As soon as I hear the whistle, I hear Charlie inside the house barking and losing his mind. I stop to think what it is. A bird, maybe? But it's not. The whistle goes up and down in pitch with fluidity and stops at certain angles. There is no rhyme or pattern to it. I stopped walking as soon as I heard the whistle. As I said before, I don't believe in monsters or demons or anything like that. I do think there are undoubtedly sick human beings, though. I listened for another 5 seconds, maybe before dropping the basket and briskly walking back inside, locking the door for good measure. That night I slept with my shotgun in my bed and all of my dogs close. I still to this day have no idea what made those whistling noises and what was causing my dogs to freak out, as on any normal night they would never act this way and feel like they run this whole area. If anybody has any ideas in the comments down below, please let me know. As far as I know, there's something or someone strange in the Appalachian woods. First, I will say I'm not a believer or a skeptic. I don't know how to describe myself, honestly. I try to find scientific explanations for things while considering that it could very well just be something crazy. This time, I can't call it anything but nuts. I'm an avid hiker and hunter. No, this is not a skinwalker story. I like to go into the woods for days at a time and camp, hunt, and fish. I do this quite often in the Appalachian area. I went into a forest, off the beaten path in the Daniel Boone National Park, as per my usual MO, and searched for a nice place near a creek with plenty of room to set up camp. I had my survival gear, rifle, and camping supplies. My buddy was with me, but he wasn't around when I ran into whatever this thing is. About 3 days in, we were sick of fish, so I went to grab some squirrels, seeing as how they were plentiful and the only thing in season. I'm not going to BS you. Squirrel hunting with a big-ass gun is not really a thing. All I had that would work was a .22 and a knife. I got about 30 minutes from camp, so I was well out of sight and earshot from my friend. I get to a nice, wooded area and stop on a stump. The first sign something was up is that there were no sounds around me. No squirrels, no birds, nothing. The second sign was the sky darkening. A big storm blew in out of nowhere, very quickly. If you live in Kentucky, you know the one. The big lightning storm from a week or two back. This was my cue to F off. I started the trek to camp. I was making good time when I saw whatever it was. It was crawling low to the ground about 100 yards ahead of me. My first thought was a bear, but then it stood up, not on all fours or 2 legs. It had 6 limbs, 2 arms, and 4 legs. Then it hauled ass until it was out of view. Pretty freaky considering it was in the middle of the day during a storm. There's a distinct chance I saw things off and I was maybe just hallucinating, but I'm not so sure. I told my friend about it and he got uneasy and suggested we leave. He's a bona fide Appalachian man, so bet your ass as soon as the storm cleared, we cleaned up camp and left out of there as quickly as we could. I don't know what this was. Maybe some sort of Bigfoot. Maybe some sort of hybrid creature. I couldn't even begin to tell you. But there's something in the Appalachians that's unnatural.